Chapter 1. Indigo Steel, never believed in romance or love or any of that nonsense. I knew better. I thought my sisters all thought the same thing. Until Georgie married her baseball player without inviting me to her wedding last week. Through a strange twist, here I was in Vegas, staying in the same hotel, to meet a client for work. And I wanted to stroll past the wedding pavilion my sister had sent pictures from of her elopement. Georgie had always been the emotional one in the family, though the vow to never get married had been her idea. Another of my sisters, Stephanie, had also decided to forget that discussion, apparently, because she was planning her wedding. At least I was invited to London for that one. For now, I made it to the gondola rides in the Venetian hotel and watched all the couples kissing. Gross. Public displays of affections really needed to stay behind closed doors. Yeah, I get it. I was born in the wrong century. But whenever I checked my phone and remembered how much I enjoyed technology, I knew I'd never want to live at another time. I guess what bothered me about seeing couples on the boats kiss each other was that they were obviously both pretending not to see that we're all flawed and imperfect, and there are no soulmates. Love wasn't real. It was a justification for lust to be socially acceptable to our peers. My phone beeped and I read the message. I'll meet you in an hour. Perfect. My team was great. We'd win this client and head back to Pittsburgh right away. My boss was going to retire, and if I won this client, I'd be the CEO of the entire advertising company. I'd also be the youngest CEO ever and the first woman. Goals I'd check off my list of accomplishments. I could handle this. I typed a reply as I walked away from the silly water ride. We can't do anything until the client arrives. If Mr. Ruthless shows early, I need you back as soon as possible. Before any meeting, I always took a short walk. It helped me clear my head and focus on my pitch, but I wrote back, if he shows up early, I'll text you 911. I headed into the square that was designed to be like St. Mark's Square in Venice. It was full of people, just like my experience in the real place, but half of the tourists here had the glazed eyes that came from spending too many hours gambling. As for the square itself, though, all that was lacking were the Italian guys serenading my American face as I walked down the street. In 6 months, my sister would be getting married, and I'd head to London for that. Maybe I'd also return to the real Italy and score another gelato while I checked in on one of my clients there. I also missed that smell of the water and old city that Vegas could never recreate. A deep voice called out behind me. Hello, beautiful. I turned on my high heels and stared at a dark-haired, handsome man with a wicked smile. Now fuck. He'd be up for the perfect man in my next fantasy life when I was safe in bed, alone. For now, I was happy he was 5 feet away and in the doorway of the cafe, as people who seemed almost blurry passed in front of him. Wide shoulders, muscles, and a dimple made the man hypnotizing. I placed my hand on my hip and said, Sorry, what did you say? I wasn't sorry at all, and I had heard him clearly enough. He thought I was pretty, but I wasn't interested. Then he took a step closer to me and adrenaline rushed through me as he said, You're perfect, I think. Walk now. My mind screamed, but goosebumps grew on my body and desire overtook me fast. I ignored the sensation as well as I could and asked, For what? He perused my body and my black with green trim business suit as he said, For my need of a wife. I laughed. Now that was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. Me? A wife. Once I caught my breath, I realized those brown eyes of his were almost magnetic. I shook my head. Wow, just like that? You don't know anything about me. He took my hand. I have an instinct, and you're sexy as hell. My makeup was to impress my client, not this man who sent a thrill up my arm from a simple touch. Well, I haven't heard flirting in a while. If you keep talking like that, I'll sit for a minute. He walked me into the cafe with him and said, Then let's get you a drink. This was all nonsense, but soon real life would barge in. I was here in Vegas to reform a bad boy businessman who'd pay for a corporate makeover. And while this man was attractive, who the fuck knew if he was a psycho or something equally bad? I went with him to his table with the white cloth near the window to the square and said, No drinking for me. I have to meet a client. His lips curled and showed off his dimples as he asked, "Are you a call girl? With my buttons up to my neck?" I focused on him and crossed my arm under my chest like I'd bolt out of there. "Seriously? Are you drunk? Is that what's going on? I'm in a business suit." His knee tapped mine under the table and he winked at me. "Well, honestly, with those thigh-high stockings you're wearing, I figured I'd give it a shot." My eyes widened as I asked, "How did you know?" He folded his hands in front of him. "Laser-sharp focus for beautiful women. It's been a problem for me. Like my client. It's why I was going to suggest to Mr. Ruthless he refrain from being photographed with another woman for the next few years." I shifted my legs to stand up and I shrugged. "I see. Well, I should probably get going, but it was nice to meet you." He reached out and placed his hand on mine as he said, "Wait, I've been sitting here for over 2 hours waiting to figure out what kind of woman I need to marry, and you're the only one that struck me as exactly right." Yet I was not looking to add Mrs. Anything to my name. Indigo Steel was a great name, though I often just signed I. Steel to everything, which made people not realize I was a woman. Then I knocked them out with my brilliance. I stood, ready to get going to my meeting, and my shoulder bounced once as I said, "But I'm not looking for a husband. I enjoyed the flirting, but I have to get to work." I turned to leave, but he followed and asked, "What is it you do?" This was like Italy, with the teasing and flirting. Guess I'd gotten to relive those memories of years ago after all. "I'm here to pitch an idea for work," I said. He walked beside me out of the restaurant and put his hands in his pockets as he said, "Well, if it matters to you, I can pay enough so you don't have to work ever again." "Why?" "I need to win. I don't gamble." "It's not about the slots. It's about wresting control of a business empire once and for all." Sounded like a lot of work, and the type I'm not qualified to do. I also had no interest in being any man's wife. And the closest thing I had to a maternal instinct was buying my nephew the loudest gifts I could at Christmas, just to annoy my sister. Besides all that, he clearly wanted sex, and I wasn't into either scenario. He'd star in my dreams only. I generally found that not being involved with anyone was better for me. I shrugged as I kept up my pace. "Good luck, I'm still not a call girl." He playfully bounced into me and my pulse quickened when he said, "Not as a one-night thing. As my wife." Impossible. I had no idea why I was suddenly all breathy. As I stared at him, I decided it was his handsome, tall, muscular frame. He turned me on physically, clearly. I said, "I don't even know your name." I slowed as he said, "Jacob." Same name as Mr. Ruthless. His real name was Jacob B. Donovan. Most people had no idea that Donovan meant warrior, but after reading my future client's issues, I'd given him the moniker Ruthless, as that fit his personality. In the pictures I'd glanced at, Donovan was a handsome man, like this stranger. But there was no way a man fishing for a wife in a hotel lobby was Mr. Ruthless. My client was corporate, and he was in the process of hiring a PR firm, me, to fix his image. The idea was ludicrous, so I let it go as I said. Common enough first name, I guess. He asked, "And yours?" "Indigo," I said. I had no idea why I wanted to talk to this Jacob. I definitely wasn't interested in him. I wasn't into one-night stands or even dating, if I'm honest. Sexy men like him put me off center, and I hate being out of control. The men I'd gone out with ended up boring me to sleep every time. Lately, I'd started offering suggestions to the men I'd been set up with on how they could brand themselves differently so people might take them seriously, as a way to end the date. I was good at fixing corporate disasters. He walked me to the elevator banks that led up to the conference rooms. Not the hotel rooms, as he said. Unusual. I pressed the button to go up to my meeting now. No, just old-fashioned, which I clearly am. He leaned against the wall and his gaze smoldered. Damn, I wasn't this weak. Then he asked, "Well, how much would it cost for you to be my bride?" I swallowed and stared at myself in the shiny, fake gold elevator doors. "You sound serious." I listened to the machine noises and ignored my body's awareness of Jacob as he said, "I am." This wasn't real. I fought down the butterflies in my chest that made me slightly off-center with him and said, "I don't want a lifetime with a stranger." He crossed his arms and looked down at me. I swear he could see through my clothes to my black lacy bra, which I'd only worn to make myself feel good. 2 years, he said, with a maximum of 5. How much would it cost for you to live with me in my mansion for that long? My face heated. This had to be a Vegas bet he was part of. I shouldn't have my panties twisted when I envisioned this man in my bed. I said, "Mansion? Yeah, okay. You're probably dirt poor." The elevator was almost here. I could tell from the rumbling that was building in intensity, almost matching my fantasies of Jacob. So, indulge me with a number. I knew I shouldn't indulge him in this, but maybe that was the bet. The truth was, I'd need a fortune to meet all of my responsibilities and make all my dreams happen. If I answered, he'd go away. I stared at him and didn't blink my blue eyes. $25 million for 5 years. I figure $5 million a year. He snapped his fingers. Done. The elevator doors opened and I stepped inside as I said, "Yeah, okay. Look, this was fun, but I have to go." He leaned into the elevator for a moment and said, "Indigo, you are exactly what I need, so I'll find you soon to finalize this deal." The hotel was huge. Who knew how many people milled around the whole strip? I pressed my button and said, "Right, okay." My phone hadn't gone off to say Mr. Ruthless had arrived, but it wouldn't hurt to be early. I closed my eyes as I rode up in the elevator. Maybe my sisters were the hearts and flowers and happily ever after types. Or they believed in true love instant spark, like my parents did. But I wasn't ever going to be anything like either of my parents. I'd learned from my past. The doors opened and I headed into the conference room where Ajax and my cousin and assistant Jasmine waited for me. My team had set up the displays, printed the proposal, and organized the conference room. They'd even set out glasses of water. All was perfect. Jasmine handed me my hot green tea as she said, "Indigo, there you are." I nodded at her and put my tea down in front of my chair as I said, "Hi." I was waylaid. Some drunk in a bar asked me to marry him. I said I would for $25 million. Ajax fixed his glasses, though his tie was still crooked, as he said, "This is Vegas. Anything is possible." Maybe he was some billionaire like Jacob Donovan. Ajax was just out of college. I'd train him to handle his own accounts eventually, but he wasn't ready yet. Now, Jasmine was the perfect assistant and had no desire to move up as she wasn't sure she wanted the responsibilities. I'd never had that luxury. I pointed to Ajax, and Jasmine helped him with the tie. I think she liked my new apprentice. "Yeah, right," I said. He was probably just some gambler and asking me to name a number for some stupid bet going on somewhere. This was Vegas, after all. Jasmine fixed Ajax's tie, so we were all good. As we took our seats, she said, "It would be nice to have $25 million. I flipped through my script to refresh my talking points as I said, "I guess. My inheritance let me buy a condo in Pittsburgh, but I need to work to pay the rest of the bills." I'd pushed some of that money from my parents' insurance at my sister Georgie for a while, but she didn't need the money now. Ajax said, "Your new brother-in-law plays professional baseball, though." Huh? How did he bring up Georgie and Michael? I raised my eyebrow and said, "Yeah? What's the point?" Jasmine said, "So it would be fun if you and I could go meet some baseball players. Like, the single kind." Ajax's face went red as he said, "I meant maybe we can land his team's account. I'd love to work for a baseball team and get into sports advertising and negotiating celebrity endorsements." Ajax, that's not my specialty, but we can see when you're ready to take on your own clients and do more market research. He was clearly young still. I added, "And Jasmine, since we're family, we'll have to talk to Georgie and see if she can set you up with a ball player. Next time you see her, ask her yourself." My sister and her son were so happy these days. I'd not ask for favors for myself, but Jasmine could. "You're the best." she said. Ajax's lips thinned. I had zero time for whatever was going on between my assistants. I checked that the proposal was up to date and said, now we need to convince Jacob Donovan of that. So he knows our plan is his best shot to save his image and his company. I read through my proposal. Mr. Ruthless destroyed companies for breakfast, and his name was pretty generally hated, even in the billionaire crowd. He'd exploit weakness whenever it suited him. But then he'd been caught up in a sex scandal. He'd been at a party with a now-known sexual predator who trafficked women. The picture of him and the guy having drinks with scantily clad women around him made his investors flee. The good thing was that he wasn't actually involved in that case. The party was the first and only time they'd met. The picture had been damaging, but if Ruthless followed my plan, he'd be free of this scandal in no time. He'd hire me and my team for this. I was sure of myself. I could fix this disaster. I was good at my job. Chapter 2. Jacob. My name is Jacob Donovan, and I smirked at myself in the mirror as I combed my hair in the penthouse suite. Today was step 1 toward winning. There was no way my father would ever succeed. I'd win back my investors' trust. I'd do anything to rip what he loved out of his arms. Forever. I'd taken the PR meeting as time to find the one I was looking for went down to the wire. The picture of me had hit the news almost a month ago now. I'd lost investors just when I was on the verge of my biggest venture yet. I had zero time for the scandal that was slowly closing the avenue I needed to succeed. Unlike the guy in the photo with me, I wasn't a sexual predator. And I'd show my investors even more than just PR to prove it. I'd show them I was stable. Funny part was, I hadn't expected Steel to be the answer to both of my plans, and she had no idea who I was. Not yet. I checked that my gray slacks were good and my white shirt properly stiff but loose at the same time. I was done. It was time to go and make the deal that would secure everything I needed to succeed. Indigo Steel as my wife. A woman like her on my arm would convince my investors to back me in my quest. No doubt about it. My father was done. He just didn't know it. But soon he would. He had likely set up that photo problem just to throw my investors for a loop. My footsteps rang through the lobby. My corporate team, Frank and Russ, met me by the elevators for the meeting. Neither of them knew my true plans with the public relations specialist. They didn't need to. We went up to the conference room and I saw her, with the same black business suit with green trim, and her hair, brown with blonde streaks, in a tight bun. Until her, I hadn't known buns could be a turn-on. Well, except for a movie character who wore 2 of them when I'd been a boy. Now that I put it together, Indigo did have a bit of the space princess in her face. Russ opened the door for me, and her eyes widened as they met mine. I nodded and said, "Indigo." She blinked a few times, and her face turned red as she said, "Jacob, what are you doing here?" She stood from her chair like she'd show me out the door as she said, "You can't be here. I'm waiting for my client." Downstairs, she'd paused when I gave my name. I thought she'd figured it out. I said, "Jacob Donovan." Her face turned white as she backed away. "It's you." Fuck. Her team came to stand beside her, and I towered above them all. Without looking at anyone else, I said, "I'd like for us to talk, without our teams." Frank, my lawyer, said, "Sir, that's not a good idea." Oh, he had no idea. He'd probably try to talk me out of my plan with Indigo, but I paid him for the safe answer. And since that stupid picture had come out, Frank had been background checking every party's guest list. This needed to stop. I'd never let my biological father rule my life, and I was certain he'd set me up for that stupid picture to prevent my takeover. So, my staff was top-notch and loyal, but I made us all money when I ignored their advice now and then. And once Indigo agreed to my plan, we'd all continue on the winning path. And I needed to win. Indigo patted her female assistant's arm like they were friends and said, "Yes." She nodded at me. "Let's talk, Jacob. Alone." Her assistant directed the young boy with her out of the room as she said, "We'll be right outside." I motioned with my finger for Frank and Russ to follow. Once the doors closed, I pulled the blinds in case her people could read lips. She retook her seat, and I took the seat beside her. The air smelled floral, like she'd just sprayed herself in perfume. She hadn't needed to. I was already hard for her, but I kept that in check as I said, "Indigo Steel. I had no idea I had a meeting with the answer to my search until I met you." Her cheeks had a slight blush, but she shook her head and said, "Look, my team and I have prepared a plan to get out of the scandal where you don't have to marry anyone. It will pass." Right. The stupid man I'd had a drink with a month ago was now arrested for sex trafficking. I'd had no idea at the time. From what I read in the news, he deserved to be in jail. The photo seemed staged now. I didn't say more than hello to that predator and then moved on. And I hadn't been in charge of the guest list. I'd gone to that party to find out what my birth father was up to, and that sicko had been there. Indigo had no idea about my father or my plan to stop him, and she didn't need to. She'd be the perfect temporary wife. I said, "Look, a few of my best investors all promised to stick with me for my next deal, if I find a wife." She pushed her paper proposal at me and said, "Or maybe they'll stick with you without you tying the knot with any stranger from the hotel lobby." "Not anyone." "You," I said. But I flipped open her proposal. I had the feeling she'd insist anyway. "You're perfect for my needs." Downstairs, she'd blown me away with her candor and convinced me she was perfect. And part of that meant reading this proposal. So I did. As she said, "Let me tell you my plan." "Sure," I answered as I scanned her proposal. "And then I'll tell you mine." I read the highlights. Good press, quiet personality, 6 months or more. Nope. Her timeline didn't work with mine, though I was confident this would have been my strategy if time wasn't running short on my own plan. "I've run models and projections and collected data," she said. "The good news is that you weren't implicated in any of the sex stuff." My pleasure stayed behind closed doors. I didn't need to fuel any fires against me. I closed her proposal and said, "I try to be a good boy." "Doubtful," she replied, but she then leaned closer. "You rip apart people at the height of their power and destroy their lives. You've left a trail of tears." That was one way of looking at it. I made a fortune doing what I did, and I'd almost achieved my goal. My father deserved to be penniless and live the life he'd forced my mother and me to live. I didn't even blink when I said, "I saw my opportunities and exploited them." She inhaled, like she didn't like my attitude now. She gripped the arms of her chair like she was about to get up. "You're a man of extreme privilege, Mr. Donovan." "Jacob," I reminded her. We needed to get back to why she was perfect for my plans. My investors wanted me to be stable. No scandals. And a convincing wife was exactly the prop I needed. No one would believe I'd go for either a gold digger or a debutante. A woman with a head on her shoulders, beautiful, but not vain, and who complimented my taste without being excessive was necessary. And Indigo hit every note. "Jacob." She let go of her seat and crossed her legs. She picked up her papers and said, "But if we invest in these charities, keep your name out of the press for a while, the picture will be forgotten." I listened. I scooted my chair closer but kept my voice down as I said, "I can't wait that long. My goals won't wait it out. The time frame is short." She let out a frustrated sigh. "You won't lose anything." She didn't give up. It was an admirable quality. I reached for her fingers and ignored the spark that rushed inside me. I'll lose the opportunity that's slipping away, and I can't do that. She blinked at me but didn't pull away. Her face heated, but she asked, "Why? Don't you have enough to retire on?" My gaze narrowed. I wasn't even 35, and I only worked 4 hours a day. All I needed to move forward were those 4 uninterrupted hours, but I just said, "No, I'm not killing my business plans because I went to a party and said hello as I passed a stranger." She pressed her lips together and to the side as she studied me. Her blue eyes had flecks of green and were mesmerizing. "My method will only take a few months," she said, "but mine was faster, and that's what I needed right now." to get back on course, immediately. I squeezed her palm and electricity shot through me. I ignored the surge of desire and said, "I'm willing to cut you the $25 million check you named if you just say yes to marriage." She licked her lips, then sat back and said, "Let's discuss your plan then. That's an obscene amount that I could never say no to, but it's unnecessary for you." "Then you say yes." "Good? Done." I tapped the table and smiled. "Let's do this." She shook her head and held my hand firmly. "Wait, we're talking and only talking right now." Yet she'd revealed her interest. I'd win against her. I said, "Continue." Her pert nose and her lower lip, which was bigger than her top one, softened as she said, "But then we're both stuck. I don't want to be Mrs. Donovan. I am not interested in making you happy." Yet her mouth was slightly open, like she wanted a kiss, right now. Maybe the mixed saint and sinner vibe she gave off turned me on more than I realized. My happiness, as far as you are concerned, has to do with keeping my bedroom needs met. She took her hand away and shook her head. "I'm not." In negotiations, it was best to state everything you wanted up front, and then figure out how to get there. I wanted to destroy my father's business, and Indigo was exactly the woman I'd always imagined in my life, personified. I said, "And I'll keep you happier there than you've ever been too." She didn't blink when she said, "Sex doesn't keep anyone happy." Wow. How had she been so blatantly used that she felt like that? I raised my eyes and asked, "Seriously? You've clearly chosen some bad ones if that's your opinion." Her voice was softer as she said, "I'm proposing you keep your life as is, and we'll take our time fixing your image." Now it was time to ask, "What would you do with $25 million? She glanced down like she didn't want to answer, but then she said, "Run my own firm without paying off the retiring owner with my own work." She met my gaze. I like working and proving myself. Was that her, apologizing for wanting to fully control her own company? I didn't even blink. There was no shame in wanting to be valued for what she did. Winning my father's company and all he held dear was the only thing that fueled me to continue on my path toward a day of reckoning. I nodded and said, "You have the reputation of one of the best brains in public relations. You can fix my corporate image as my head of PR. I'll probably need your skill set once I finish what I need to do." She ran her hands through her hair and said, "What's so pressing? Why can't the deal wait?" The truth burst out of me. I plan to destroy the remnants of my father's corporation, and timing is important. She froze in place. "Your father? The banker?" Oh, she had no idea how he deserved this. My mother was in the grave because of him. Not only hadn't my billionaire father paid my mother child support on time, he ensured she never earned a dime without him being able to suck it out of her hands. Now it was his turn to have no one and nothing. I just said, "Fuck yes, and I need my investors right now. So let's discuss my deal. We go to a wedding chapel. You marry me. I cut you a check. You start your own PR firm with my financial backing. You move into my house, and we keep ourselves sexually interested in only each other." She tapped her fingers on her cheek. In time, I'd learn that tell. "And when we're not in bed?" she asked. Teasing her was fun. I smiled as I said, "Sex can be anywhere, anytime we want." She folded her hands under her chest as she asked, "And when that's not happening?" I shrugged. "You can work for me or run your own company. Your time is yours. But honestly, you working independently only enhances my choice." "You didn't even know who I was when you asked me to marry you." She stood and walked to the wall of windows. I followed, and through the window we could see the courtyard designed like Venice. "Why did you pick me?" I pressed next to her but didn't force anything. I said, "I wanted to see your lacy black bra and thigh highs, and I could tell you were interested in your job and wouldn't forget your work even for a second." She sucked in her lips and asked, "Seriously?" I turned toward her and studied her profile. Underneath her fitted suit, I was sure her shoulders were slender. Her honesty so far was refreshing. I'd not had a lot of women in my life who kept a level head, so I was the same. I've been studying women for weeks now, looking for someone who will fit my exact standards. You check every box I need. I'm into work because I have my own goals. I like that. She faced me, and though she was shorter, she stood tall as she asked, "So you want me? And you didn't want others?" I traced her arm and wondered if she too had goosebumps. Yes, I want to fuck you. That had to be one consideration. And the others? There it was. She stayed on course. In a way, she was like my mom. My mother was clear about what she wanted, and she always said a woman who spoke her mind was exactly what she wanted for me. And meeting Indigo was almost like finding a woman both of us might approve. If Indigo was on my team, we'd be unstoppable. But I only said she needed to be respectable and smart. She smirked like she didn't believe me. "And you knew I was smart from across the lobby?" "I figured that out from talking to you," I said, and came closer. Every cell in my body wanted to kiss her and keep her around, even though we'd just be signing a business contract. "So what can I do for you to seal this deal?" She put her hand out to shake. "I'll do it." I took her hand but asked, "Why?" I'm the kind of woman most people hate. I'm driven and determined. She said this like it explained her decision. She then took her hand back and said, "25 million gets me my business, without a retired founder who gets a check for my work." Slowly, she breathed out and then said, "But I need assurance ours is a business deal, not to be confused with love and romance." Yes. Love and romance had never been on my radar anyhow. My father had let my mother die poor and left me to bury her on my own when he could have stepped in. But he'd chosen to subject her to years of punishment because she hadn't loved him. The courts had forced him to accept me afterwards. Letting his son go into the foster care system would make him appear bad to his board. But he hadn't bothered to do more than put a roof over my head for 2 years when I moved out officially. Now it was his turn to endure what he'd done to Mom. If he'd been a decent human being, he'd have never lifted a finger against my mom. The memory of him turning his face away from me when I walked through his door had stuck. He'd never tried to be a father to me when I was forced into his home at 16, when I already towered over him. And if he tried to make amends now, he was way too late. Soon he'd be penniless, and I'd finally be able to sleep soundly. Indigo said, "Oh, and you'll pay for every dime of the wedding." I took out my key and said, "Charge it to my room. Here's your key, Indigo. You have a few hours to get a dress. And I'll have Frank send the contract to your room as soon as he writes it." I was about to go and open the door, but halfway there, she called out and caught up with me. "Wait, I don't want to get married at the Venetian. Pick a different hotel." I asked, "Anyone?" She pressed her hand on my arm like we were friends. "Yep, just not this one. My sister got married for love here. I don't want her happy memories confusing me." My hair stood on its ends when I was near her. I said, "Then we have a deal." It was a start, but I leaned down and kissed her. She tasted sweeter than the small chocolate candies I was addicted to. I hadn't expected to have this adrenaline rush or feel these pings of excitement stir in me. Chapter 3. Indigo I hadn't expected for my toes to curl over a kiss. It wasn't just the stuff of cheesy movies I'd seen. My leg had started to go up before I stomped it down. Lust was something that faded with time. Hormones had nothing to do with love, and that's all this was. Instant attraction that would fizzle out. And the best kiss I'd ever had in my life. Seriously breathtaking. I hadn't expected that, and I was still breathless. He walked out, and I checked to make sure I wasn't still flushed from desire. Then I opened the door and called Jasmine and Ajax in. I'd blown their work deal the moment I agreed to this crazy scheme, and they had every right to pack up and go home. My cousin Jasmine helped care for her little sisters, so she'd need a paycheck, no matter what. Hopefully, she'd be okay with the change, and I'd use my savings to cushion her until Jacob's money cleared. She walked in first, but waited till Ajax closed the door before she asked, "He's Mr. 25 million?" "Yeah," I said. The ruthless businessman we'd spent hours preparing to wow had a completely different plan, and an agenda that wasn't easily researched, but probably should have been. His desire for the destruction of his father for some sins in the past was intense. Parents could have that kind of effect. Not with me, though. My own mother had issues coping with the world, but while I'd never be weak like her, I still loved her, and hoped she loved me, wherever she was now. She hadn't personally hurt me, though, so I'd not judge Jacob. Ajax cleaned up the visual aids I'd never pointed to as he said, "And he's not buying our proposal?" No. I lowered my head and kept my voice low when I told Jasmine. But I am accepting his offer. She took a seat and placed her hand on her heart. Seriously? She voiced exactly what the rest of my family might say. She'd never marry for millions. I sat down like I'd explain it. I'll be starting my own company. She still slumped in her chair like she disapproved, and I pivoted and said, "We'll need new headquarters to set up shop, and I'll need your help. Both of you. If you're interested in jumping ship and joining me, just say the word. I'll start paying you right away." She sat tall, but she arched her eyebrow and said, "I don't understand why you said yes to Mr. Ruthless. We both know his reputation. And you're not poor and desperate." I tilted my head and stared into her green eyes. "What?" She curled her shoulders like she didn't want Ajax to hear when she said, "In the books and movies I've read, the woman usually takes this kind of deal for money because she's poor and desperate, like her kid is sick and she needs a miracle." "No sick kids," I said quickly. "And him knowing the sexual predator? He said repeatedly he just met the guy at that party, and he condemned him once he heard the charges, calling it sick. We both read that. That was one of the reasons I even took this meeting. That was for work only. This is more. I still believe him on that. I'd never have my own company so fast and easy without his offer." I folded my hands on the table. "Well, it's a business deal for me, and it catapults me at least 15 years ahead on my life plan." Ajax finished with the posters and put them near the door. "You have a life plan that long?" he asked. "I'm still figuring out what I want for dinner." Most people thought about food too much. I'd written out a business proposal for myself as an assignment in college, and I continued to update the plans and schedules. I find if I write everything down in a checklist, I can get more done than if I just go with the flow, as my sister Nicole might recommend. Jasmine asked, "But what about love?" If I convinced Jasmine this was a good idea, I could tell my sisters and other cousins more easily. I said, "Look, I swore off love and romance long ago. You just hadn't met the right guy. He's out there, and if you marry the wrong guy, you're complicating your life." "No." I curled my fingers together. I wish every woman in the world would stop believing that. "There is no such thing as Mr. Right," I said. "That's what women tell themselves so they can be choosy, which they should be. But either way, if I accept this deal, I don't need to ask my sister and her new husband to invest in me. I owe no one favors. Except Mr. Ruthless. You'd owe him a lot. 0.1 for her. But we'd have a contract. 2 to 5 years sped up my plan, and I could stop saving every dime I ever made to help me get there." I glanced at the door Jacob had left through as I said, "It's not about love. We'd have a black and white contract with no complications. The money goes into my bank account, and he has no part of my business. Except he'd be your husband and in court entitled to half. We'll have lawyers. Relax," I said, and stood up. "I don't sign bad deals, and this could be the best one I've ever had." "The best?" Jasmine jumped up to join me, but she shook her head and said, "There is no talking you out of this, is there?" My mother had called me pig-headed as a girl, but now it was my job to ensure that her shelters for battered women and the second home for battered women with children had the financial security to thrive in a long-term way. When she'd been a girl herself, she'd wished for a safe place her mother could go to when things got physical. So as an adult, she'd created a place like that for others. And now it was my job to carry on her legacy. The money would help me ensure that the shelters she'd started would have the financing to be independent and true to their goal. And I'd get my own business. Jasmine could continue to work with me, and Ajax could learn the ropes faster under my tutelage. Fast-forwarding my life was the best choice for everyone. I shrugged and said, "No, there is not." Jasmine squeezed my arm, and as I was about to walk away, she asked, "Well then, can we stay for the wedding?" "I'd like that." I turned and hugged her. Working with my cousin, who'd lived with us for a short while and shared my room as a girl, was great. Other than my sisters, I had no female friends, or friends at all if I was honest. There'd been no time. Jasmine was the closest, as we spent 8 hours together, every day, just as we had as kids in the same classes. "Then let's go dress shopping." Ajax opened the door for us, but asked, "Can I be excused from that? I'll go do something else." I pressed my hand on his shoulder. I trusted both of them. "Yes, I need you to go find Frank, Jacob's lawyer," I said, "and as soon as the contract is ready, bring it to me." He saluted me and said, "On it." "Thanks," I called after him. He took the paperwork and boards with him, so the room was bare now. Jasmine stayed at my side as we headed to the elevator. "Do you need me to call your sisters and let them know?" she asked. The elevator came fast and we jumped in, still alone. I shook my head. They'd try to talk me out of it. They don't always like my ambition. Better to let me call them after. "You won't miss family being here?" If I wasn't so focused, maybe. They'd been there for my graduation, but that was the last time. "Your family," I said. "I'll be happy with you here." She brightened as we left the elevator and headed into the lobby. "I'm always here to help," she said. Using an app on her phone, she soon directed us outside and toward Neiman Marcus. We walked in silence for a few minutes, but then she asked, "Now, what kind of dress are we looking for?" "Something I can walk in." The moment we entered the store, I saw white dresses everywhere. I pinched my nose as we passed the traditional styles. I hate long trains, and besides, the dress is just for pictures, so something that photographs well. I also shook my head at the simple white suits. I motioned with my hands around my waist. Honestly, a fit and flare would be best for me. Mermaid explosion at the bottom was other people's style, though I'd bet even money that my youngest sister, Olivia, the teacher, would choose that kind of dress. Jasmine went through one rack and I disapproved of everything she held up while she said, "I agree." I moved on to the next row, but then she held out a white satin dress and asked, "How about this one?" Maybe. It was better than anything else I'd seen. I took it and sailed past the sales clerk as I said, "I'll try it on." For a moment, I wondered what Jacob might look like if I walked toward him in this dress. I even imagined him lighting up like he approved of me. The image was so clear in my mind. But I shook it off fast. I was a fool. I blinked the fantasy away and tightened the dress the best I could. It had laces, so I'd need help, but this was good enough. As I stopped, I caught sight of myself in the mirror and paused. I was pretty. This wasn't how I'd ever imagined myself. In a wedding dress. Yet I blinked, and there I was, in living color, about to marry Jacob Donovan. It was crazy to think this vision of myself was possible, but I guess I should enjoy this moment. I'd never have another wedding. I walked outside and twirled. Jasmine whistled and said, "Damn, girl. You look breathtaking." "Thanks. Guess this is it." I twirled again like we were still in school, dressing for some stupid dance. I was done browsing. This was the dress. No time to shop around and second guess. I charged it as he requested and took the dress as is, since there was no time for a fitting. Today, I married. The thought hit me hard, but I shoved it out of my mind. Jasmine reached for my bags to carry them. As we headed out of the store, Ajax ran toward us at breakneck speed, his sneakers squeaking as he shouted, "I have the contract." He was panting as he handed a manila envelope to me. I pointed him to the nearby cafe to get himself a water on the business account. He was still breathing heavily when he left. I scanned the area. The hotel lobby had plenty of small places to sit, and I needed to read fast. I waved the envelope and said, "Let me read this on my own." can you put the dress in my room?" "Sure," Jasmine said. I went toward a seat but added, "Go and join Ajax first. Get yourself a coffee on me while I read this." "No problem." She backed away, still holding the bags. My back was to the wall as I sat in a plush gold and white chair. Some knockoff Da Vinci paintings stared at me as I read the contract. The terms matched what we'd discussed. I initialed and signed as I went, but the last page caught my eye with the title, Sex Addendum. I skimmed the standard legalese, but a few key elements demanded my attention. Though this is not legally binding, my client, Mr. Jacob Donovan, expects willing sexual intercourse at will. Well, that sent a shockwave through me. I blinked and read more. If Ms. Indigo refuses, her reasons must be legitimate. That lacked definition. I chuckled and continued. And frequent refusals can constitute a separation of bed and board. That sounded super old-fashioned. I shrugged and read more. Consequences of divorce from either an affair or refusal of the Bedroom Act. $25 million will be fully returned to Mr. Jacob Donovan immediately. There it was, in simple black and white. That's what I'd traded. I'd get my business if I signed the contract and waited out the marriage. My heart raced like it wanted to tell me something, but I ignored it and signed. Done. I stuffed the papers in the envelope and closed my eyes. If I hired my own lawyer, I had a feeling half of this wouldn't be legal. But I needed the clarity, and this was fine. If that kiss of Jacob's was any indication, maybe I'd find out if the whispers about good sex were true, as well as get the money. I had a feeling Jacob would be different. Goosebumps grew on my body, everywhere, and my breathing quickened while I remembered that soul-searing kiss. No other guy had ever made me forget myself for even a moment. I jumped up, like the chair was on fire, and decided to get on with my day. I had plans. I spotted Ajax standing by himself with a cup of coffee, and I walked over and handed him the signed paperwork. I said, "Ajax, please return this contract to his lawyers and find out where the wedding is to be so I can dress." "On my way," he said. He gulped the rest of his drink and passed me a paper. Good. I headed to my room as he bolted past me. My stomach was actually full of butterflies. Maybe Jacob had backed out. Maybe this was all some bet like I'd initially guessed. Or maybe it was real and I was about to be a real goddamn bride. I walked on air, as if I believed in fairy tales or nonsense like that right now. My sister Stephanie and her habit of watching romance movies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week must have snuck into my skull despite my complaining. I read the note Jasmine had sent me and nodded. She'd gone to the room with the bags, intended to write a schedule for me, and said she'd find me and supervise everything in an hour, as she needed a nice dress too. The hotel was big, and I was in a bubble of my own as I made my way to my room. I let myself in and saw the schedule she'd drawn up. Jasmine was amazing. She must have walked and talked to get this done. I could see she'd set everything up. Hair, makeup, dressers who could work fast with the dress. Everyone was to come to my room. I checked the dress, which hung in my closet. Soon I'd be Mrs. Jacob Donovan. My hair stood on its ends, and I closed the closet when I heard a knock at the door. I assumed it was my employee, confirming that he'd delivered the contract. I checked that my business suit was still in order as I opened the door and said, "Ajax." My eyes widened in surprise. "Jacob, I didn't expect to see you until tonight." He had his hands in his pockets. I motioned for him to come inside, and he followed me into my room while he said, "Frank told me you signed." "I did," I said and closed the door. Then I scanned my room to ensure the closet door was closed, which it was. Damn. Apparently, I also had that superstition about wedded bliss and not seeing the dress before the ceremony ingrained in me. I straightened. I'd not let sentiment suddenly matter when it never did before. My knees melted a little, though. His brown eyes were deep and the pupils so black it was like he could hide his emotion without blinking. He asked, "Can I ask one question before we get ready?" Question. I squared my shoulders. That wasn't in the addendum, but I nodded and pointed to the minibar to offer him something as I said, "Sure." He took some water but didn't drink. We went to sit at the small dining room table that overlooked the Vegas Strip and bright lights. Once I was settled beside him, he said, "Don't take this the wrong way. I'm in agreement with the contract and knew that this marriage isn't for love or romance." My mind raced. I had guessed that since it was his plan in the first place and he'd never once said love to me. I gave a curt nod. Good. The contract's pretty clear-cut that way. Butterflies burst out in my stomach, and I wondered what being with him would be like. I already knew how my toes curled from what a kiss could do to me. "My father will try to get to you in some way to prove this is a sham." "Okay. You're paying me well. I'm not going to let anything get to me." "He finds people's weaknesses to get what he wants. That's your business reputation." I learned from him what I need to do to stop him. He then took my hand and sparks rushed in my veins as he stared at me like he could see right through me. "But what do you have against love and romance?" Wow. I shouldn't have been surprised, but nothing prepared me for his question. I had spent too many hours in shelters to believe in romance. My own dad treated us well. He taught me the value of $1 and of my family. But I knew that my life was a rarity. Right now, one of my cousins, Mary, was hiding in one of my shelters from her shot at love. Mr. Ruthless wasn't going to have that power over me. My veins pulsed. I'd avoided answering him for too long. I placed my hand on the table as I tried to find my words. Why are you?" He bobbled his head like he'd let go his opinion freely. "I'm not. Not exactly." I read the contract. I crossed my legs under the table to keep myself in check. "You were clear. Once I ensure my father is done, I can slow down." He scooted closer like he thought I was dessert. "I want to one day marry, for real, and have children and settle into a boring life. I can't do it yet, but it's on the agenda." Maybe he wasn't Mr. Ruthless in real life. It was possible he was on a mission. But where did destruction end and trust begin? He'd not get my heart on the line. "The cheating clause was clear," I said. "And there's a caveat that says you lose money if it's you." He sipped his water and I stared at his Adam's apple as goosebumps grew all over me. "I won't cheat on you." None of this made sense to me. I blinked. "Why are you so sure?" He traced his finger through the circle of condensation his bottle had left on the desk and said, "Because I will not create gossip about myself. It's why the sex addendum was there. I won't do anything to lose my investors or my reputation." Of course. This all had to do with his goals and rebuilding his reputation. Being a married man who let women into his hotel room might cause him business issues. I let that reality check chill the desire in me as I said, "I'll run the PR for us so no one even blinks at our marital life, except to say boring and happy." He scoffed like I'd said something funny. Then he leaned closer and asked, "And you? Why are you against romance? 5 years can be a long time to wait for someone." "There is no one." That doesn't answer the question, though. Lust was just that. And physical reactions were just adrenaline rushes that confused our brains. But unlike most people, I understood that a man who protects his family and never hurts them was a rare jewel. And I had no time or inclination to search for one. I ignored how my body was all awake right now, near him, as I just said, "Because, look, my parents were in love." His eyes widened. That's usually a sign that you'll want the same thing in your life. Not in this case. Fair assessment, though. He probably thought being raised in love was a great thing. It wasn't always, though. My mother had been so silently committed to her shelters, she had worked so hard, but she had no one to talk to. When my father died, she couldn't figure out how to live without him. Then she lost hope and died too. I took up the reins too late for her. I'd not lose sight of the real world. I swallowed and said only, "My father wanted to run his own business, but he needed to take care of us. And my mom, half the time, as she was a mess." He scooted closer and my heart raced a little. So I promised him on his deathbed nothing would get in the way of me owning my own successful company. And I would look after everyone in the family, I said. This was the Reader's Digest version of events. Your sisters are all adults. Background check? I asked matter-of-factly. I'd run one on him a month ago. Yes. He shrugged, but then said, You could have started on a shoestring budget and been successful. Even I've heard of your reputation. If it was just me, yes. But I have 2 nonprofits to nurture, and cousins like Jasmine and Mary and their families to look after. And I'd not have the vast resources to cover both right away, until his offer. But I kept that quiet and said, I want to own the best, not some small, struggling company. He stared at me, and for one moment I wondered if he'd believe me. But then he said, Interesting. I reached for his hand and ignored the sparks that rushed in me from the touch. What does that mean? He said, Our childhoods were the opposite. My father didn't care about anyone except his company. He blocked my mother from getting jobs to punish her for leaving him, and didn't pay child support, so we both starved. He had our landlords evict us, more than once. And he let my mother die because he refused to pay her hospital bills after they divorced. He figured if we died, he'd have less of a mess to clean up. And when I moved in with him, he told his investors that my mother had been the one to lie to him and keep me from him. His story was more in line with what I'd seen in my life, working at the shelters, and that was why I needed to work so hard. I said, I'm sorry. His entire body froze except the lift of his chin. Don't be. He'll be sorry soon enough when I take his company from him. Right. Mr. Ruthless existed for his own personal reasons, just as I was marrying him for mine. I stood to lead him out of the room for now so I could get ready. Right. Well, where are we going for the ceremony? He nodded. Be ready in 3 hours. I'll send a limo. I booked the Monte Carlo's wedding chapel. His people must have spoken to mine, as that matched the schedule Jasmine had left me. I saluted him as he walked to the door, but my lips tingled for another kiss. I decided to be bold and said, I half wonder if your next kiss would be happy as fun as that first kiss was. He took that as an invitation, which it was. The contract allowed me to indulge in my secret fantasies, like the one where he was the man I'd secretly wished for, even when I denied the idea. He made my skin blush without even touching me. As his lips met mine, his kiss knocked me for a loop and I was trembling in need. When it finally ended, he walked away like he wasn't affected. I still had goosebumps and zaps of electricity in my veins. Hopefully, the next few years would wash away this ache inside my soul for more of him. Once I'd had enough, I'd walk away like he did right now. My knees had trembled, but admitting that would change the contract. We were temporary. Forever. Chapter 4. Jacob. I fixed my black tuxedo bow tie. I hated these things and would burn them if I could, but I learned the most useful tidbits when people drank champagne. This was a skill I'd honed to get my father's investors to take me seriously, and still practiced, though I had little taste for anything that made me lose focus. When I closed my eyes at night, I remembered how my mother sang me to sleep as a boy, though I knew she shook from lack of nutrition. I used to sneak home an apple from the free lunch at school to feed her, though it was never enough. While my father, her ex, could eat and drink to excess, then head home to his mansion. Heartless and selfish to the core, and I'd expose him. Everyone would avoid him once he lost his business. And without running his empire, he was nothing. So I used champagne as a weapon to gather intelligence at events that most people could never afford to get into. My father's world was eventually going to be torched, and I was there to light the fire. He had more money than anyone could possibly spend, and yet my mother was buried in a pauper's grave. And I knew what it was like to have nothing in my belly while my teachers paid my school lunch bill. Indigo's life was the fantasy world I'd wanted as a boy. I learned as I grew up that power fed on fear. And since I could survive on nothing but my street smarts, the richest players in the world could do nothing to make me fold. Every step I took was one step closer to pulling my father off of his corporate throne. I'd let him suffer and know what it was like to be hungry. This was why I demanded that my wife, even a temporary one, had to be the model of a lady. someone who wouldn't cause anyone to note anything off-center, and who would fit perfectly into my life. Until the sex scandal, I'd never considered marrying anyone until I succeeded in my plans. If I had, I'd have approached Indigo very differently, as she had something that drew me to her like a magnet. But enough dawdling in my room preparing for this wedding. I cracked open my door and called my right-hand man these days, who was waiting there for me. "Russ, did you get the file on Indigo Steel ready for me?" "Yes, it's on your desk, sir." I hated being called sir. That was my father. But Russ was excellent at his job, and he said the name helped him remember his station. I paid him enough to have whatever he wanted, but he always stood like the former Navy SEAL he was. I closed the door and picked up the white paper with her name on it. It was next to the dossier on Sun and Moon Trust I'd been reading earlier. I quickly scanned the document. Indigo Steel, second oldest of 6 sisters. I chuckled and imagined 6 versions of Indigo. Damn, that would be almost too hot to be anywhere near. She was the sexiest lady I'd seen in the 2 months I'd been searching for a wife and checking out every woman who came near me. She was 100% sexier than any other woman I'd been with. No one made me forget myself in a kiss. Until her. But I held in the desire and mumbled to myself, "She's mine now, and I can have my fill once we go through the formalities. Be patient." My cock lowered a little at the command, but I meant what I'd said. She'd be mine. For now, I settled back to read more. Her parents took in multiple cousins, and at least 20 Steels consider themselves immediately family, including Jasmine, her right-hand worker. I couldn't imagine having a large family. I'd been alone for as long as I could remember. I continued reading, mostly A's for grades. I flipped the page. Worked at Benson PR for 5 years, promoted multiple times. I expected that, as her reputation was well known. But I tapped the page on the last tidbit. Ran 2 nonprofit women's shelters. Now that was interesting. And there might be more there on why she married me. I straightened my cufflinks that had my name engraved on them and threw open the door to leave. As I walked out, I said, "Russ, get me the financials on the nonprofits." "On it," he said. He walked with me as my bodyguard through the hotel and ensured I entered the limo that waited for me. Frank was checking on my bride and would follow her to the chapel. A few minutes later, I walked into the quaint small chapel and looked around. My mother had always wanted me to marry in a church, but this model room was the closest she'd get for now. I remembered how, at night, she'd be on her knees in front of the cross on the wall, begging for help. I'd been too young to do much then. On the drive, I read the text from Frank that told me Indigo was on her way to the chapel. For a second, I saw a fantasy in my mind of her in a white dress. Her lips curled in a smile like she truly was my one and only. She'd take my hand and mean forever when we said our vows, like we were meant to be. As the limo stopped, I shook that dream from my mind. There was no time for indulging in nonsense, but I said to myself, "You have more reasons than you're letting on." I wasn't stupid. Indigo wasn't marrying me because she was fighting some secret attraction, like I was. She had probably been pretending with those kisses that made my body sore. 25 million was a lot of money for someone in the middle class. The number came out of her mouth so easily that I knew she had more than a business reason. I headed into the chapel and the music started. She must have arrived too. I took my place with the hotel minister and watched the aisle as photographers took my picture. Frank, Russ, and her young assistant Ajax were all seated. Her green-eyed cousin wore a green dress and walked down the aisle holding a bouquet of flowers. All 3 of the men paid her attention, but my gaze stayed on the doorway. This was the moment I had to remember for the next 5 years as I swore off all others. Indigo was smart, sassy, and sexy, but I had no idea what she'd wear other than a dress suitable for shared wedding pictures, as the contract stipulated. The air around me became lighter, and a second later, the music changed. Goosebumps grew on my body, and my skin had pins and needles of anticipation. Finally, she stepped through the doorway, and I lost my ability to breathe. Her white dress made her angelic. Her skin glowed, and her curves had my arms aching to hold her to me and not let go. Indigo was beautiful in a way I'd not seen in another woman. She had iridescent blue eyes that seemed even brighter now. and the memory of her lips that tasted better than chocolate made my own tingle. But most of all, she had something else I couldn't explain. Something that had my hair standing on its ends. Indigo made me hunger for her in a way I never had for any other woman. Yes, I wanted to fuck her, right now, in that dress that showed off her curves. But I also just wanted to hold her hand and keep her close to smell her floral perfume and maybe listen to her pert opinions. And it wasn't because her PR reputation was stellar. When she placed my hand on her back to hold her for a moment for a photo, it was an electric surge more than a simple shock that rushed in my veins. Then we turned to face the altar, but I couldn't let her go. I wasn't sure that mattered. Whatever the Vegas minister said, I wasn't listening at all until he pointedly stared at her and asked, "Do you take this man to be your husband?" "I do," she said, and cast her eyes down. My fingers twitched as I resisted the impulse to lift her chin. For now, I waited. The minister turned his attention to me and asked, "And do you take this woman to be your wife?" Desire to possess her roared in my blood, which wasn't civilized at all. I said, "I do." The minister, in his all-black outfit, said casually, "Then by the power vested in me, you two are legally wed. You may kiss your bride." There was nothing casual about us, despite the minister's tones. My mouth watered for another of her mind-numbing kisses that made my body ache in need. Without waiting for an invitation, I pressed my lips to hers. Her fingers curled in my brown hair. I went deeper and forgot where we were for a moment. It was like we were transported to another place, just the two of us, until the moment ended. My skin still stung. The rest of the world returned to color, and I held her hand. We stepped away from the altar. I held her waist as I told Russ and her assistant, Ajax, "So let's get Mrs. Donovan moved into my penthouse." She glanced up at me, her lips curved. "Mrs. Steele Donovan." Sassy still. I liked that about her. I massaged her back slightly and said, "Fair enough. Get everything moved. We have dinner plans alone." Her eyes widened, but she stayed beside me. "We do?" I saw her other assistant, Jasmine, right on our heels. "Did you expect your staff to stay the evening?" I asked. She shook her head no, and the other woman stepped back. Indigo said, "No, I just didn't know. Where are we going?" I winked at her and said, "I like to keep you on your toes." "Okay," she said warily, but she left with me. No one blinked at a couple in wedding clothes as we headed out to my limo. The driver already knew our destination, and we arrived in a matter of minutes. As we stepped out of the limo and onto the street, more photographers took our picture. We smiled for them and headed inside to the elevators. Soon we'd be done with photos for the press and we could be alone, but for now, everyone needed to know she was my wife. She laughed as she read the name of the restaurant, The Top of the World. I winked. Well, it's a name that matches the theme of my life. We rode the elevator up to the top floor and walked into the restaurant. It slowly spun around, so we had a 365-degree view of Las Vegas and the desert. A hostess escorted us to my private dining room. Indigo didn't break her stride as people snapped our wedding picture until we made it to the room. With a wink, she patted my cheek as she said, "That comment you made downstairs? There's the Mr. Ruthless I'd read about, the one my PR firm intended to help." My privilege was a fact of life, but I'd known life without any of the perks I now possessed. We were seated at our table and the doors closed, leaving us alone. She picked up her menu like she was ready to dine, but I asked her, "Wait, who calls me Mr. Ruthless?" She put the menu down and said, "It's the moniker we gave your files when I was writing out a PR proposal for you." The waitress came with our champagne. I ordered the prime porterhouse steak, and she chose the crab-stuffed chicken dish. The waitress left, and I met Indigo's blue eyes that were almost gray now. I said, "It was a good proposal, but mine was a better option." "You convinced me." She sniffed the air and picked up her champagne flute as she said, "And here we are." I clicked glasses with her, and we sipped. After we finished, the fire inside my blood that was usually reserved for winning my personal war, or for the bed, was already burning. I ignored it and instead gave her my smile that usually won people over to my side. "Tell you what," I said. "You're welcome to work for my organization directly, but if you want to start your own company, I'll be your first client." She raised her eyebrow and said, "But I stay independent and president of Steel PR?" I laughed and nodded as I asked, "Is that the name of your company?" "Yes." She sipped her champagne. "I honor my family. Always." Our food was delivered and I held my tongue and libido in check. Once the waitress left, I wanted to probe more. I hardly knew anything about her. Sure, our marriage was temporary, but I always found if I asked people the right questions, I understood them better. So I cut my food and said, "You sounded like you had issues with your parents, yet you proudly display your family name of strength." We both ate a few bites. Then she put her silverware down and said, "My father was a good man. Part of me blames his death for my mother's passing, which is silly. She was the weak one and I'd been so annoyed with her as a teen. I was the son my father never had in many ways." I asked her, "So you were a tomboy?" "No." We ate some more and then she stopped and said, "My oldest sister, Georgiana, Georgie for short, she was the one who often cooked, cleaned, and took care of everyone in the family." I refilled the champagne as I said, "So she was the mom." She snorted and said, "Yes. She recently got married at the Venetian to Michael Irons, the baseball player and the father of my nephew. And she seems unusually happy." My mind raced to this morning's work and my highlighted notes as I said, "Wait, the Tulsa Sooners?" She tilted her head and said, "Yes, do you like baseball?" We finished our plates and I decided to be forthright as I said, "I recently bought the company that owned them. It hasn't hit the news yet." Her face white, she asked, "You bought Sun and Moon Trust?" I glanced at the door and said, "Yes, but that's classified information." I could see the sun setting behind her as she asked, "What are your plans for the team?" I held my finger up as the staff came in. No one needed to hear this. We ordered warm butter cake that came with vanilla bean ice cream and fresh berries. Once the door closed and we were alone again, I confided, "I haven't thought about it yet. It wasn't my goal when I acquired the company." She sucked in her bottom lip and then said, "Why did you target the company then?" "It's a step toward my own plan. The former owners sold me their full shares." Her brother-in-law was now technically my employee. I'd had no idea. I waved my hand like the conversation was done and said, "We'll talk about business later. Tell me more about your family." "Right," she said as the cake was brought in. She didn't mind if anyone heard her as she said, "My sister Stephanie was born a year after me. She's in London and engaged to some British guy I've not met. Ridley is a nurse and always working. Nicole is a blogger with millions of followers on her green living lifestyle site. And the youngest is Olivia. She's a teacher." I waited till we were alone again and I heard the door click. Then I asked, "Are you invited to the London wedding?" She waved her hand and picked up her fork. "Of course, my sisters and I are all close. Ridley, the nurse, works too much and I wish she'd take time off for her health. I hope she doesn't blame herself for Mom's passing or anything like that. Nicole, the blogger, is amazing at following her dreams. She makes me wish I had some bigger dream besides my business plans. And Olivia became an elementary school teacher because she's honestly lost and never had a clue about what she wanted to do. She's probably the most like my mom. A mom, a dad, a nurse, a teacher. The rest of her family sounded like the family I'd always wished for, if I were honest. All my life, I'd been alone. I sipped my champagne and then reached for my cake fork as I said, "So you were the one that went after the money." She scoffed and then said, "Someone needed to?" No, that wasn't true. The families I idolized were the ones where they spent every night together after work finished at 5. I kept that to myself and finished my cake in small bites. "Done," I said. "I go after resources for completely different reasons, and it has nothing to do with family loyalty. But I read your cousins are also close." Jasmine is one, and she's great to have work for me. She doesn't have the desire to be running her own team, though. She finished her entire dessert, which meant she had a sweet tooth. Then she took a sip of champagne, and once she put it down, she said, "And yeah, my parents took in my cousins for various reasons. Our home was often the base for all the Steels. Phoenix Steel is probably the most famous of us. I'd heard him perform as a teenager and snapped my fingers. He's on the radio again." She finished her champagne and her eyes had a gleam in them. "Yes, with his new wife. I went to the wedding a few months back. Family was important to her. In an ideal world, every child should have people who cared for and supported them. She'd agreed to marry me for money, but I had a feeling she had a soft heart under her practical exterior. I asked, 'Anyone else you want to mention?' She shrugged her shoulders and said, 'Not at the moment.' The mysteries of Indigo might never be solved entirely. She was fascinating. This was temporary, and we'd both agreed to no emotional involvement, thankfully. But I wanted to know more either way. I stood and said, 'I'll get more from you later. In some ways, I'm jealous.' 'Of what?' I'd never told this to a soul before, but my fingers connected with hers and I wanted to trust her. So I didn't blink as I shared my secret. 'That you had family around you when you were growing up? All I had was a mother. She struggled every day to keep us afloat and happy. Once she died, all I had was a father who didn't care if I starved, froze, or died on the streets until he became legally responsible for me." Her lips parted. "You can't mean that." She had zero idea. People like her were surrounded by love. I never had anything like that. I didn't even blink, but my lips thinned when I said, "I do. I experienced all that and more because he hated my mother." Her eyes softened and she motioned toward the door. "Let's head back to the hotel now." Yes. Now we'd go to our honeymoon suite. She stood beside me and curled her hand under my elbow, and sparks raced through me. Without asking permission, I quickly kissed her. She approved and ran her hand through my thick hair. And unlike most women, she made me pause and forget myself with her lips. Chapter 5. Indigo. Men have never made me nervous, but the zip in my veins with Jacob wasn't normal. It couldn't be. Seriously, I wasn't okay at all, near him. My skin and body jumped with anticipation when he was close to me, which was why I rushed into his bathroom instead of enjoying the view from the penthouse. Seeing myself in this dress only added to the thrills he sent through me and the wishes I'd never normally acknowledge. I needed to stop my racing heart and get it back to calm, rational, and normal. I tugged the dress off, but that didn't stop the butterflies in my belly as I wondered what would happen next. I shimmied out of the dress and stood there alone in my bra. I could see how my hairs all stood on their ends. Damn, I wasn't ready for Jacob tonight. I hung up the dress and told myself to live up to my name. Steel. I was supposed to be so tough no one got to me. Ever. 25 million was why I was here, not love or even lust. Love wasn't real. And all this desire in my veins was for a man I hardly knew. Right. I wiped my brow. Cold sweat raced up my spine and I gripped the edge of the sink like that might hold me together. Jasmine had told me not to marry Jacob, but then she didn't have these zaps of electricity coursing through her. I don't know why. He's the hottest man I'd ever seen. Either way, I hadn't listened to Jasmine, or been smart about setting conditions, like waiting. Now, part of me wanted to run, but I refused to be weak. Jacob knocked on the door and asked, "Do you need help getting out of your dress?" I glanced at the door. I was undressed already, not that he knew. And he wasn't fighting off physical jolts like I was from years of suppressing my sexuality. Tonight, he expected me to live up to the contract that included sex. And he'd been fucking nice about everything. Mr. Ruthless was confined to work, it seemed. And I wanted him bad enough to marry him immediately and not ask for time. This was on me. I traced the beautiful dress with the tiny rosebuds on the bodice that I hadn't even noticed at the store. Now the small detail made this feel real. I let out a long sigh and took a deep breath. I had to stop this crazy overthinking. I opened the door a crack and said, "One more minute. I'm almost ready." I locked the door fast before he said anything. It was easier to get air in my lungs if I wasn't soaking in his woodsy cologne. He called out, "I'm happy to help if you need me." The sound of his voice made me melt a little, but I said, "Just wait." I rolled my shoulders and grabbed my cotton sleepwear. Once I put it on, I looked like I was ready to walk the co-ed halls of a dorm to get to the showers. As I took a quick look in the mirror, my phone rang. I saw the number and glanced at the door. I'd married Jacob to help people like my cousin, so I answered quickly. "Mary? Is this a bad time?" "My wedding night, where I'm hiding in a bathroom." It wasn't exactly something I could say to her. I curled on the marble floor and saw the huge tub that would be amazing to soak away my fears in, or share with the muscular, sexy man who made my knees weak. Damn. The dream was so visceral. His kisses made me weak, which I never was. He didn't need to know he got to me this bad, though. I said, It's fine, Mary. What's going on?" My face is better now, and I called Georgie. The black and blue and swollen eyes she'd had a week ago weren't just a one-time deal, though I hadn't pressed her for more information when she'd checked into the shelter with her baby. She'd been beaten for months, clearly, and the sight of her infant son in tears still broke my heart. I let out a sigh of relief and asked, "What did Georgie say?" "She's sending Ridley to come and get me and Bruce." Good. I cared about helping all the women at the shelter, but Mary was family, and like another sister to me. So was Jasmine, but she hadn't been like Mary. When Mary met her loser ex, she'd pulled away from us. So I said, "I'm glad you trust your family to help. But I don't want to go if Arthur can find us." The ex, I'd run him over with my BMW if he came near my house. I whispered, so Jacob wouldn't hear me. "Even if he figures out you're with your family, we're not letting him in anyone's house. Besides, we all have security." I'm still scared. The Steel family stuck together. If she needed to be shipped out to California, Phoenix would have her back. Or she could just go home. Her brother, Joseph, would move closer in a heartbeat. I said, "Don't be. You're with us again." "You're right. Thanks for letting me stay at your shelter." Technically, she'd checked in without calling me first, but the front desk recognized her as my family. Not that she needed a reminder right now. Instead, I quickly said, "When you're feeling up to it, maybe you can help the other women there, like my mom used to." "I'm not ready for that." "No pressure," I said. From my experience, battered women shouldn't be pushed for work. Totally fine. I heard talking in the background where she was, and I perked up. "Is that Ridley I hear?" My sister, the nurse, was great at fixing people. "Yeah, do you want to talk to her?" Questions about what I'd done today would follow. I stood up from the floor and said, "No, I'll call everyone tomorrow with news. Take your son and go." And Indigo, thanks for not calling my brother. Joseph had already threatened Arthur and gotten into a major fight with him because he'd thought Arthur was abusing her. Mary didn't know that yet. Now my sisters would handle that reunion. I said, "Your life is your life." I never lived it by making smart choices before. Time to start. "Your son deserves better," I added, and glanced at the door. I needed to follow my own advice. We said goodbye and I put my phone back on charge. Then I closed my eyes and told myself I'd be fine. Jacob was a sexy man, but so what? I'd had sex. Now my exes didn't stir anything inside me like he'd done with his mind-blowing kiss. My hair had never stood on its ends before. But this was good. I nodded to myself in the mirror and stepped out. He stood up from his seat at his desk where he'd been reading papers and asked, "Who were you on the phone with?" This was how I'd felt when the teacher called on me and I saw other students giving me the side eye for talking too much. I glanced down as I said, "A cousin. She was in trouble, but my sisters have her now." "I'm glad she's safe then." I had a trembling inside me and I patted his muscular shoulder as I said, "I'm slightly nervous. We're just talking." He pointed me to his dining area, which was much larger than mine, but I redirected us to the living room. I was a big girl and a couch was fine, even if our thighs touched. Once we were both seated, I said, "I'm nervous about what happens next." He patted my knee and stood. He walked to the dining area and picked up glasses as he said, "We don't know each other. Let's have more champagne and talk." He brought the glasses and the bottle back, popped it open, and poured me some champagne while I held out my glass. "Okay," I said. "Why was your cousin in trouble?" With what Jacob had already told me of his life, I thought he'd probably understand a little. I said, "My cousin was with the wrong guy. He hit her and she went to a shelter. Her face was in bad shape when I left for this trip. I'm glad she had the courage to leave, but living in a shelter is not easy." "Did you?" "We stayed in a few homeless shelters, yeah. Counselors always got legal aid involved. Like some poor lawyer might be able to make my father bleed. No one ever helped us. I'm sad for you." We both sipped more champagne, but I couldn't have had more than a drop when I said, "Mary left when her ex tossed her son against the wall. I get so mad when I think about it. He was only a week old. I've been letting her hide out from family until her face healed, but her brother has been looking for them and he's been upset, understandably. I'm glad it's all being fixed now." He stared at me and now I could drink. I needed to cool down, but the bubbles in my throat only mimicked the bubbles in my belly that ached for him. He said, "You're a good person, Indigo. Guess it was time to open up." "No, I'm not. That's why I need the money, though. I run 2 nonprofit shelters, one for battered women and one for battered women with children." "That's admirable." "No. Admirable was being able to manage my dreams and my responsibilities without putting a price tag on what I assumed was a pipe dream. Until I'd met Jacob." I shook my head and said, "It's giving back. And I hate to be blunt, but I married you. So when do I get the check?" He took his phone out of his back pocket and pulled something up. "Tomorrow, when the bank's open. It's already been drawn up." He handed his phone to me and showed me the page for his business bank account that listed the pending wire transfer in my name. I returned his phone and said, "Thanks for showing me." He tucked it back into his pocket, sipped his champagne, and then cupped the glass as he leaned forward and said, "Look, my mom took me and left my dad when I was a baby for a similar reason as your cousin did. My father spent years finding ways to hurt my mom, over and over again. It was a sick game he played. But I also know that not all women have that strength. So if I can do anything for your cousin, just tell me, and it's done." The air was scented with his expensive, woodsy cologne, and my sex drive for him revved up. Jacob looked yummy as a protector type. I said, "She needs space and time to breathe." He shrugged and finished his glass as he said, "Well, if you can think of anything, I'd love to help." I emptied my own glass and then he refilled both of us. Goosebumps grew on my arms from a simple brush of his hand on mine. Once I had a firm grip, I quirked my lips and said, "Maybe I should call you Mr. Sweet instead of Mr. Ruthless." He pressed his hand to his heart like he was offended. "I'm not that." I clinked my glass with his and then sipped. As I finished, I saw how his brown eyes practically undressed me. I ignored the lust in my veins and said instead, "It's okay if you are. I'm not being sweet. A real man doesn't hurt a woman ever." Now that made me weak. I glanced into my glass and said, "My dad told my mom the same thing." He let out a small laugh. "He sounds like a good man to me. Where would you like to go for our honeymoon?" "Home to Pittsburgh to tell my family in person what I'd done." But for now, I shrugged and said, "I don't know, but I have a feeling you have a plan. I'd like us to go to Florida." I hadn't expected that answer, and my eyes widened. "Florida? There are people on the golf course in Palm Beach that I need to see to get my next marker. The next step that helps me topple my father's dynasty. Do you play the game?" My stomach nodded. My old boss often made deals in the same place. I'd been there once or twice to represent the agency, but I said, "Not really. I mean, I have played golf, but I don't generally. No. What are you after exactly? On the golf course?" "An invitation to a party." Who wouldn't invite Jacob Donovan to their party? I sipped my wine and said, "I'm sure you can just show up." He winked at me and said, "I prefer to be invited, and I will be if they know I'm there, especially if I'm with my new wife. Social visits usually make it easier to get what I want than formal takeovers." He obviously had an objective. I wasn't stupid. I asked, "What's the angle?" His shoulders were wide like he was wearing angel wings, not that he ever would, as he asked, all innocent, "What?" I leaned closer and didn't care that I felt electricity zipping through my veins as I asked, "Why do you want to be invited to some party? How does this play out for you?" He leaned in and whispered, like he could share some deep secret with me. "The announcement that I now own Sun and Moon Trust will hit the papers that night. Grant, one of my father's biggest stockholders, will be there, and I've already made him an offer so he can buy me out of his company." This was all part of his big plan, part of the reason why he needed to marry. But I kept that to myself and just asked, "And?" He took my hand, kissed it, and said, "I told you. I will destroy my father's company, Frozen Assets, Inc." I put my glass down. I'd never be actually ready, but this was the start. "You're back to Mr. Ruthless now." I must have given off a scent or something. He put his glass down next to mine and brushed against my knees as he said, "Let me show you how I'm actually Mr. Hard right now." I laughed to ease the tension in my body. And then he kissed me and I wanted more. I wanted everything. Chapter 6. Jacob. Her lips transformed me into an addict, way worse than chocolate-covered snacks. And her kiss made my adrenaline race more than conquering every business I'd ever taken on. Unlike work, though, Indigo was all mine. As we made it to the bedroom, I'd already torn off my tuxedo shirt. She touched the muscles of my bare arms and made them pulse. But then, after a breathy kiss, she said, "Can we wait?" My dick was rock hard, but I backed off and stepped back against the wall behind me to give her and myself space. I said, "I won't force you." She pressed her hands to her chest as she said, "I swear I won't make you wait long. I'm just not ready. For you or this." One bed in the hotel suite was a bad idea. The suite suddenly seemed small, even if it was the biggest place they offered. I pushed off the wall but kept my distance as I asked, "Any reason?" She fixed her pajama shirt that I'd pawed a minute ago. "I've only had sex with long-term boyfriends, and you're new to me, even if I married you today. I'm not used to your touch, and right now I'm too jumpy to be any good." "Right. Okay." I'd guessed this was all moving too fast. If I argued, I'd not show her she could trust me. And as my wife, I had time to show her I was a good guy. The opposite of the man who'd created me. I kept a wide distance from her and headed to the ensuite bathroom and said, "I'm going to the bathroom to jack off." "Thank you," she called out. There it was, the relief in her voice. I'd never hurt any woman, and we had the time she needed. Everyone would believe she was the perfect woman for me. I flung open the door and said, "I'll treat you right, Indigo. I'm not a monster." She slumped on the bed and glanced up at the ceiling like she prayed. At least her face was less stressed than my mother's was. All the years she would do the same thing. That thought lowered my temperature fast, but I rubbed my stiff heart on until I choked on my pleasure muscle and released the boys into the sink. My ass was bare, and my skin radiated a little. I turned to the side and asked with the door still partially open, "Are you watching?" "No." Her cheeks were red, but she quickly turned toward the back wall. My cock still had plenty inside him as I called out, "Liar." But then I closed the door so she'd not hear more. A few minutes later, my cock was still rock hard, but as good as he'd get tonight. Every other woman in my recent life was a one-time deal where I'd not had the time or the inclination for more. Indigo's kisses had only been a taste of her sweetness, and soon I'd have more of her. Possessing her body would happen soon enough. I walked back into the bedroom. The moment our gazes met, she patted the bed beside her. Fuck. Beside her but not touching her looked like torture. But if I laid there, she'd get used to me. and she said she needed that. I'd never been a soldier, but I'd follow her directions, give her what she wanted, and earn her trust. So I didn't say a word, but I lay down on the bed beside her in my boxer briefs. I stilled, and part of me wanted to reach over and caress her. I knew she'd liked our kisses. However, I heard her snore and decided to surrender for tonight. I'd respect her, despite how it killed me. Somehow, I slept. My body was still tight, and my arm curled around her when I woke. I unhooked myself and slid out of bed. Once I'd showered and dressed, I noticed the sunlight on her face as she slumbered on her pillow. Somehow it made her seem innocent, which was the opposite of what I needed her to be. Soon I'd taste every morsel of her. If I had done that last night, maybe I would be sleeping like she was. Probably not, though. I seldom slept well and always woke up early. The sun was still low in the sky, but I headed to the other room ready to start the day. As I finished ordering breakfast for us, I realized I'd left my phone in the bedroom. I opened the door quietly to get it, but as I stood over the bed, she fluttered her beautiful blue eyes open. She was the kind of girl a guy bought flowers for, and if I was honest, I'd never done that for anyone. If I knew she'd want that, I'd try it. She tossed the sheets off her as she said, "I hadn't expected." I rolled up the sleeves of my white business shirt and said, "The sun is up, which means we should get going." She sailed past me and headed to the bathroom as she asked, "When is this party? Interesting." I crossed my arms while I tried to figure out how Indigo and I were going to work. "Why?" I asked. She glanced at me and then stood taller. "The papers will likely print our marriage pictures today, and I'd like for us to head to Pittsburgh for a night to tell my family, in person." Another sign, despite how casually she took the cash, that there was more to Indigo than met the eye. Like she was one of the good ones, and the kind of woman a man kept for life. She looked like she was getting ready to take a shower, but I followed her to the door and propped myself against the frame so I slightly entered her space. I said, "You should have said something last night." She let out a soft sigh. I was nervous about how we'd fit together, in bed. "I'm glad you let us go slower." I winked at her and said, "Now we both know I want every inch of you." "Soon," she said, with a fresh blush on her cheeks. Then she wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me. I'd never had a shot of adrenaline enter my veins that fast. As she finished, I said, "And yes, of course we can go to Pittsburgh. I've never been." "First time for everything," she said, confident and sassy. I let her take her shower and called Russ to change the plans with my pilot. Our breakfast buffet arrived and the staff set it up. I tipped them, and as the waiters left, she came out of the bedroom. Her hair was still wet, but she was dressed for a meeting, with a light blue shirt tucked neatly into a form-fitting knee-length skirt. No sign of black underwear in that getup. Suddenly, I ached to toss her onto the bed, find out how pure she was, and claim her. But instead, I let her grab her coffee and sit down. I joined her and said, "When we're in Pittsburgh, you can't tell anyone about Sun and Moon Trust, especially your sister and brother-in-law." She put some fruit on the plate in front of me and a beignet and set a plate for herself as she said, "Not a problem. My sister Georgie is in her old house today as she flew in with Michael to help with Mary, and her husband is the star of the team you now own. I don't follow leagues and stats anymore." I looked at the plate in front of me. No one had tried to feed me in years, but I didn't say a word about it. Instead, I just said, "Glad we get to meet everyone in your family at once." She winked at me. "Except Stephanie. She's in London." "Of course. I have a good memory," I told her and smiled. I'd never done anything like this morning. Sit with a woman over breakfast and just be relaxed. Not since my mom used to supervise my meals to make sure I ate every piece of food she'd scrounged for me. Not that this was a conversation I'd have with Indigo. I ignored that tingle in my chest that made me aware of her closeness and said, "We have 24 hours and then we head to Florida." That's all we need. A few hours with my family will probably seem much longer to you, since you're not used to people expressing their opinions on your life. Part of me envies you that freedom from other people's opinions. She smiled as she finished her food and said, "Afterwards, we can stay in my condo." A peek into her lifestyle might tell me a lot about her. Russ would handle security, so I nodded and said, "I admit, I'm interested in seeing that." She finished her coffee and poured us both more, like she cared about me a little, as she said, "It's clean at least. Honestly, I've traveled so much this year, I've not had much time to decorate or do anything beyond what my housekeeper can handle." "Work will have to change now," I said. Her blue eyes captured my attention as she put the coffee pot down. Only staff at restaurants filled my cup. My heart actually fluttered, and it never did that. I ignored the sensations she sent through my body and asked, "Do you trust Jasmine or Ajax to do some of your presentations so you can stay focused on me?" She stirred cream and sugar into her cup as she said, "Jasmine is pretty good. I need to train her a bit more, but she's ready. She just needs the courage." I relaxed and said, "Excellent. I need you close right now." We both sipped our coffees and let the warm sun of the morning float in from the balcony. Soon it would be stifling hot outside. As we finished, she asked, "What happens if you get your father's company and you win your vendetta faster than you expect?" My spine straightened as I stood. "You mean what happens to you?" She joined me and we headed to the door. Russ always took care of details, including luggage. As we put on our shoes, she clarified her question. "I mean, I signed a contract, and it didn't have an early release clause. It's fine if we keep up pretense for the full 5 years, but have you ever thought about going after what makes you happy next?" She put on high heels that made her legs look even longer in that navy blue business skirt of hers. I said, "Nothing makes me happy, except winning." She looped arms with me and said, "Then we'll both figure out what makes our lives happy." "You too?" I asked as we headed to the limo downstairs. The hotel was opulent, decorated with fake gold and white fountains, imitating Venice but missing the true flavor. She said, "I've been so focused on making money to support my causes and open my own business one day, I've wondered for a while what I'd do if I wasn't so driven." Causes. There was a story about her shelters. I knew there had to be. I checked us out at the main desk and said, "Find something else to focus on." I paid for her staff's rooms too, as they'd soon work for us, and once we finished, we walked away. "Yes, I suppose," she said. "But what would it be that would be as fulfilling?" Did running her shelters fulfill her? If so, I could set her up on a dozen boards of worthwhile charities if that was her mission in life. The limo waited and Russ loaded our last bag in the back as the driver held the door for us. I let her get in first and then asked, "Why do you run women's shelters if your father was a stand-up guy?" "Because he was. My mother came from an abusive home when she was a girl. While I was coddled, we all felt it was our job to try to help fix her. She started the shelters on a shoestring budget. I'm expanding them because it's important." There was more. My instinct said the secret was the key to understanding Indigo. When I understood someone, then it was easier to get what I wanted. While that didn't quite mean I'd use Indigo, it made business easier. I snapped my fingers and made an offering. "You've inspired me a little today." Her gaze narrowed, but she held her tongue as we headed out to my private plane. As we boarded, she asked, "How?" The rest of our team took seats in the back. The pilot quickly started the engine as I said, "I was forced to move into my father's home when I was 16. It would be nice to set up a place for teenage boys in the system." She patted my shoulder like I'd told her a sob story. "That had to be hard when you were 16. We took off. Not really, he was never home. The pressure of takeoff cut me off. Once we were stable and the roar of the engine had lowered, I said, and it was enlightening to see how his world worked. How women were discarded once they hit a certain age. How children were generally ignored, like me. How no one batted an eye at drugs. And to learn just how much he'd known about my mother's life until she died. It was almost like his obsession to let her suffer. That's horrible. I can't imagine you being capable of that evil." She tapped 2 of her fingers against my arm, and she hadn't let go as she asked, "What was your life like before your mother died?" "Hard to remember. I'd blocked most of my early life out of my memory. Dwelling on it had once just made me angrier. But stories came back fast as I said, "We didn't have much, but she used to read me a story at bedtime when I was a boy, and she cut my hair for me. She checked my homework and told me that drugs were bad, and looked out for me until I was able to look out for her." She squeezed my arm gently and asked, "How did she die?" In the doctor's office waiting room, pretending she was fine so I'd not stress for her. The moment her hand left mine was etched in my mind. But all I said was, "Heart attack." She didn't recognize the symptoms, and then it was too late. The doctors ignored her, and I didn't know what was wrong, so I didn't know how to fight harder for her. She massaged me like she really cared. "That's hard. I'm sorry." Instead of me figuring Indigo out, she was figuring me out. I sighed and said, "It's okay. We're heading to your home in Pittsburgh, and you need to start filling me in your life now." She wrapped her arms around my neck. "Don't fight a hug right now." "I won't," I said. Like that was automatic, but her hug made me put my arms around her and hold her. Since my mom died, no one held me. I'd not had anyone in my corner ever, except the men and women I paid. Indigo made me feel like this wasn't a business deal right now, and excitement stirred inside me. Chapter 7. Indigo. Jacob had sent Russ and Frank off, leaving us alone at the rental car. His muscular arms had held me last night, but I still had butterflies in my stomach. Waiting meant that I fantasized about being with him every second, and this wasn't good for me. I never indulged in lust-filled thoughts, but my reactions to Jacob's form were visceral. And having his strong muscles so close to me just set my imagination off like fireworks. I circled my temples with my fingertips to stay calm. I'd sent Jasmine and Ajax home to pack up their lives as I was moving them to San Francisco to take up their new jobs. As thanks, I'd offered them corporate housing. San Francisco was one of the most expensive cities in the country, but Jacob had given me a business card for an agency where he already had a contract to arrange housing whenever he needed it. My first expense. But $25 million would cover the cost of having the best team I could without wasting time training anyone. Jacob drove the streets of my hometown. I knew every corner, every turn, but he'd set the GPS and I let that happen. Speaking to him only set me off more, and this wasn't an argument I needed to have. Who cared if he drove? Sitting next to him with my legs crossed and goosebumps on my arms was more than enough to wrestle with. Next, I'd see my sisters. My lips tingled. I'd not kissed him since last night, and my lips still remembered every detail. He'd claimed me with those hard and firm lips, and I'd been on fire for him. Finally, we neared the cul-de-sac where my sister lived, and I sat straight and uncrossed my legs. Cars were in the driveway and on the street. She had company. "We're almost at my sister's," I said. He tapped the steering wheel and turned off the GPS as he asked, "Is it the one with all the cars?" "Yes," I said. He found a spot on the street a little further down and parked. I opened my own door and then walked beside him as we headed toward the old Victorian with a finished basement and attic. I used to kick a ball on this spot. I said, "I lived here as a girl. We let Georgie have the house as she was pregnant when Mom died." "That's good," he said, and let me walk first up the driveway that was crowded with parked cars. "Georgie's not like my mom. She's strong." "I'm sure she is." I've always feared I'd turn into my mom if I took on a relationship, so I just avoided men altogether. "You're mine now." Guess that was true for the next few years. We made it to the front door, which was open a crack. I took his hand and I said, "Don't stall. It will be fine." I probably needed to convince myself as much as him. I forced a smile. He didn't move for a moment. Then he said, "We spent all that time talking about me when we should have talked more about you. Your mom's story might be good for me to know." Mom and me. I was Daddy's girl. Besides, learning about Jacob had been interesting. I hadn't wanted him to stop talking. His voice alone hypnotized me, and I tugged his arm as I said, "There's plenty of time to talk later." I steeled my shoulders and opened the door for us. We walked in and I heard my family all laughing in the dining room. We walked through the living room, then the kitchen. A quick scan of the dining room revealed almost a dozen people gathered around the table for 8. When I was growing up, it had been the same, here in this very room. And when our minivan was broken, as it often was, Mom somehow squeezed 12 of us into the sedan that was meant for 4. I called it the clown car. Now I bounced on my feet as everyone stared at us. Then my oldest sister stood up and I said, "Georgie, this is Jacob Donovan." She waved to us to join them and said, "So, you brought your husband home." My face felt tight. I'd hoped this meeting was about me. "You heard?" I asked. Nicole stared at us, and I knew she'd have something to blog about on her clean living site. She said, "You're late for lunch." I held his hand so he'd not be so tense, and then fanned my family with my other hand, like I was introducing everyone at once. I said, "Everybody, this is Jacob." Georgie's new husband stood beside her. I walked Jacob over to them and said, "This is Georgie and her husband, Michael." "I'm a fan," he said, as he shook Michael's hand. Good. If he liked baseball, maybe he'd be good to the team he now technically owned. Or at least he'd sell it to someone who knew about the game. Michael said, "Thanks." My nephew was right next to his dad. I ruffled his hair and said, "This is their son, Jeremy." Jacob shook his hand and said, "Nice to meet you." Jeremy asked, "Is it true you're richer than my dad?" My eyes widened. I had no idea my nephew was, well, more like me than I realized. Jacob winked at the boy like they shared a secret. "Yes, but your dad has more than anyone because he has you." Good answer, down to earth, and it matched that secret of his, that he wanted a real wife and family after our marriage, and after he succeeded in his goal to wrest control of his father's empire from him. Part of my stomach twisted like I wanted to be the woman he saw in his future. I met his brown-eyed gaze and my skin warmed as I said, "That's sweet, Jacob." His shrugged off the compliment like I'd sworn at him. Again with that word. "Right." I laughed. As my sisters were all standing near the wall, I pointed and said, "Ridley, Nicole, Olivia, this is Jacob." Jacob went and shook everyone's hand as he said, "Nice to meet you all." Olivia, the teacher, smiled. "At least he's handsome, Indigo." I checked out his profile. His muscular frame, square jaw, and flawless skin made him the perfect man. My heart jumped as electricity shot through me and I said, "He is." I then hugged my cousin, who'd been staying in the shelter. "And this is Mary and her son Bruce." No visible sign of being punched in the face remained around her eyes. Good. She left my side and shook Jacob's hand as he said, "Pleasure to meet you." Her face showed a blush. "The others are right about you." He flashed a smile that showed his perfect pearly whites in a goofy-for-the-baby grin, and my heart did a double patter. He said to Mary, "I'm more than just a pretty face. I'm Joseph." Her brother stood and shook hands. Jacob stared at me like I was a computer that should give him more information, but he told Joseph, "Nice to meet you." "Mary's brother," I quickly added. My stomach twisted like this was all real, and he was here to meet my family because he loved me. Joseph sat down and added some ketchup to his plate. "I'm just a temporary family member who won't be here anymore when I go to jail." My heart sank. I'd hoped today's meeting wasn't about his future. I asked, "For what?" He dipped a fry in his ketchup and said, "For beating the crap out of Arthur for touching my sister." Mary's face turned white, but she stared at the table and didn't move. If something happened to her brother, she'd internalize it as her fault. I squeezed her hand and said, "We'll find a way to help Joseph." Joseph held his hand out like he'd say, "Stop." And once he finished his fry, he said, "Don't worry about me." Tonight I'd look up lawyers. He might not listen, but he had a good future in developing automation software with mechanical robotics. He couldn't throw that away. Then I said, "Last is Phoenix and Maggie. Are you here on tour?" Phoenix held out his hand to shake. "We came to meet Michael. Now we get to meet you too." Jacob's shoulders lowered and he relaxed a little. He shook hands and said, You performed at my 18th birthday." Phoenix snapped his fingers like he remembered and said, "That was you. Your father shelled out a lot of the money to the studio." Jacob's lips thinned at the mention. I patted his back. The event must have been at least 10 years ago if Phoenix was still on the air at the time. Jacob told him, and all of us. My father was all about appearances. His father sounded horrible. Maybe he deserved the moniker Mr. Ruthless. I'd have to research more about him. Phoenix pointed to the counter and said, "Got it. Well, grab a burger and whatever beer you want." Michael and Georgie had already squeezed chairs for us next to them as Jacob said, "Thanks." We ate in silence for a few minutes. The burgers were well done on the backyard grill and tasted delicious on the buttered and fried buns. When we'd finished, Michael, Phoenix, and Joseph stole Jacob away, and they all headed into the basement together. He'd kissed my cheek as he joined the men. Once they were gone, Georgie smiled at me and said, "He's getting along with everyone." In some small way, he was like our dad, who was a secret softie. But I just said, "Jacob is a people person, and handsome, and pretty perfect for you." Nicole brought out a loaf of her healthy, no-sugar banana bread that she bragged about in a recent post and served the women. Olivia poured the tea we'd grown up on and still consumed. Ridley asked, "So what happened? You were so dead set against getting married, and now here you are. One roll in his bed change your mind?" My cheeks burned. My sister, the nurse, always joked about sex, but honestly, I'd never seen her with any actual guy. Georgie held up my bare hand and asked, "Where is your ring?" Fuck. Married people wear rings. Georgie and Michael had rings, and she also wore his jersey number on a baseball necklace. They were in love and happy. I met her gaze and lowered my head. I'd never be like her. I coughed and said with a snap of my fingers, "It's been ordered." I'd buy one online tonight and get one-day delivery, or have it sent to his beach house. Ridley asked, "Indigo?" More questions. My spine tingled, but I squared my shoulders, ready to take on the world, and took charge. "Right. I married Jacob because we're alike, and on paper we make sense." "And you married him for money?" Ridley asked. Pins and needles took the place of my skin, all over my body. "Shh, you just admitted he was handsome. And let's be honest, he's cuter beside her." Nicole settled in her seat and took a bite of her food. I couldn't breathe, but then Nicole finished eating and said, "Stop pretending you're all hard and only care about the billions, Indigo. You're home, with us, and we know you have a heart." That was true. It was also my greatest weakness. What if I was like our mom and started to depend on Jacob so much? I fell apart without him. My heart sped up. And what happened if we did have children and I couldn't help my daughter pick out a dress for the 8th grade dance? A quick memory flashed in my eyes of trying on dresses in a changing room of a store and my mother running out on me. Georgie had told me to change, and I put the dress on hold until our father showed up and collected us in the mall food court. He'd bought my dress that day, and then we all went out and found my mom, who'd been wandering the streets, crying her eyes out. If I ever did anything like that, I'd be mortified. My throat tickled from the lack of oxygen, and I blinked. My family had been the only people who knew everything about me. They'd all been there that day. I slowly unwound and said, "I married Jacob, because when he kisses me, he makes me forget I have to be hard and mean to the world." Georgie elbowed me playfully and said, "Now that's great. I'm happy for you." Georgie had always been like my annoying second mom. I'd hated that I needed her, but now I loved her. I turned toward her. She easily smiled now as I said, "Thanks, Georgie." The men's laughter echoed up the stairs. Georgie said, "Better go save Jacob from more talk about the playoffs if you're planning a quick escape, in your usual style." I hugged everyone at the table and lingered with Mary. I wish I could protect my cousin more, but I let her go. Then I slowly descended the stairs and poked my head into the huge TV area and called out, "Jacob, we should get going." "Right. See you later." He shook hands, put his beer in the recycle bin, and then came upstairs and shook hands with my sisters. A few minutes later, we headed back to the car, and I ignored how my body was hopped up, like I was intoxicated. though I'd not had a drink at all. On the street, we walked beside each other, and Jacob said, "So your cousin Joseph codes for High Hall." My mind raced to make the connection. His recent trust acquisition snapped into my mind while he opened my door for me. "Yes, you own that too." He closed my door, and once he'd climbed into the driver's seat, he said, "Well, his hearing is in the morning, and he'll have the best legal team money can buy." I hadn't realized the court date was so soon. We'd been too late to hear the details, but Jacob asked the right questions. I tilted my head as he headed out and asked, "Why do you care enough to ask? They're your family." So it's like having one of my own, which honestly felt surreal. He drove toward my condo, and I was on edge as he said, "And besides, if my mother had had family like all of you, she might never have married my dad, or been alone with nowhere to go when she took me and ran, like Mary did. Your cousin, defending his sister. I always wanted to help my mom that way, but never could." I blinked. My family was solid, and I knew they loved me. I said, "Yet you ended up living with your father." He ignored me for the most part, as long as I didn't do anything to stand out. I studied him closely, though. He shrugged and met my gaze in the mirror for a second. "But I always wished I'd been born with a strong family." We neared my condo building in Shadyside. It was a cork factory once, but now it was a luxury residential building. I directed him to the guest parking spots as I said, "I can't believe I thought you were ruthless." "I am." "No, maybe on paper, yes. But Jacob, he was a good man underneath his calculations, and one day he intended to settle into a family life. Part of me missed being a girl, knowing that my dad watched out for me. And while I love my sisters, it's not the same thing as that trusting belief of youth. Jacob's nearness made me ache for him, like he could provide shelter for me. But I wasn't a fool. His future didn't include me." I shook my head as he turned off the engine. "No, you'd not have that heart of yours if you were. Another secret for you to keep." He leaned closer to me and our foreheads met. Goosebumps grew all over me as I closed my eyes and my lips went up for a kiss, but I said, "They asked me about a ring." "No kiss then." He pulled back and opened his door. "What did you say?" I got out and walked beside him as I crossed my arms in front of me. He grabbed our bags and carried them all. I never lied to my family, and I was on pins and needles as I said that it was being ordered. I didn't know what else to say. "I'll order one right away once I get upstairs and get to my computer." He paused and our eyes met. "Show me a picture of your dream ring set and I'll get it." Right, this was a business deal. I'd agreed to a contract. So romantic fantasies weren't going to start washing through me now. I wasn't the girl who believed in anything more than lust, which was all this was. The doorman opened for us and we stepped into the lobby as I said, "I'll research and let you know." We went up in the elevator to my floor with a view. I tapped my hands in front of me on the ride and avoided looking at him. I'd have to figure out how to please us both and let out the tension that now racked through my body. The doors opened and we stepped off. "Now, which way?" "I'm curious to see your place," he said. I pointed to the end of the hall as I had the corner unit. "Are you okay carrying all the bags?" I felt bad that I hadn't asked before. He held them tighter, like I might fight him for them, and said, "This is nothing." No one was in the hall and we walked in silence. When we reached my door, I took out my key and said, "Then come on in." A moment later, we were standing inside. My place amazed most of my friends, with its modern sophistication and luxuries, things most of the people I loved didn't have. However, I held my breath as Jacob took it all in. This was nothing compared to the places he must normally stay in. I closed the door behind us and hoped he didn't hate the place entirely. My heart was even beating faster, which was funny. Usually I didn't care what anyone thought at all, but Jacob wasn't anyone. He was my husband, and a surprisingly good one to have. Maybe I was lucky for once. Who knew? Chapter 8. Jacob. A family. Earlier, I'd told Indigo how I'd wanted to have my own one day. The idea always played in my mind, but now that I was married to her, I had a face for my wife. And it was her face stamped on the little children in my mind's eye, too. Today, her family had included me as one of their own. My mom and I had never had anyone who'd go to bat for us. So, hell yes. I'd send Frank and his team to help Joseph. They were already researching the case and approaching him as the legal team for his work. All that took was a few texts. I put my phone on the bathroom vanity and washed my face. A few minutes ago, Indigo had directed me to the bathroom that led off her bedroom. I'd glanced around the room to see if I see anything of hers that seemed out of the place, but she'd told the truth. Her place could double as a hotel. The closest thing to a personal touch was her bed, which had a simple blue comforter and white sheets. I'd bet money she hadn't picked it out herself, but just had someone stock her place with the basics. There wasn't much on the walls that pointed to anything personal either. Even the bathroom lacked any individuality. With its generic white towels, it felt like temporary housing. As I left, I wandered into her closet to get a peek at her style when not working. Every piece of clothing hanging in the closet were black or navy business suits, with a few light shirts. I probably shouldn't be snooping, but Indigo didn't talk much, and she set me off course. I wanted to figure her out, find out what made her tick. I opened a drawer and discovered she owned one pair of jeans that seemed well-worn and a stack of black t-shirts. None of this would work in Florida, where it was hot and humid. I grabbed my phone I'd left in the bathroom, and in that same moment, it vibrated. I read my right-hand man's name and stood by the bedroom window as I answered. "Russ, what did you find?" "You read the email?" "No." I silently did while he waited, and my eyes widened. Indigo wasn't a good girl at all. She was a fucking saint. I put my hand in my pocket and said, "I have now, but I need you to clarify this." Russ asked, "What part?" I reread the financials and said, "She literally doesn't keep a penny, if your analysis is right. It's 100% for her business and her shelters." Russ coughed, which meant he'd triple-checked and thought I should already believe him, but he explained in more detail. The shelters had a few years of balloon payments that were missed. Indigo refinanced, but she must have done the math for internal funding, mortgage, and long-term viability of the buildings. She needed $25 million to ensure the shelters had a future, and to start her own business. Outside the door, I heard her humming. My heart raced more as I said, "Okay, I have to go." Now adrenaline rushed through me. Her black underwear that I never actually saw but guessed through her white blouse had caught my attention. I figured underneath she'd be feisty. With the news about her financial situation, I wondered if she ever did a damn thing for herself. I headed out and saw her in the kitchen, cutting fruit, as she asked with a bright smile, "Did you finish your business call?" I pressed my hand on hers to get her to stop and said, "Indigo." She put the knife down and asked, "What's going on?" I stared deep into her blue eyes and wished I could see straight into her soul as I said, "I found out why 25 million is your number." Her face twitched, but she shrugged and said, "Okay." I didn't move a muscle. She avoided me for a moment and I said, "I want to hear it from your lips, though." She let out a sigh and met my gaze. Her blue eyes seemed to darken to gray as she moved my hands and continued to chop her apple. "The money will mostly go to my shelters, and I can start my business too." If she didn't want anything else, then she was nothing like any woman I'd met in recent years. Caring women were never available in my world. They were spoken about like their very existence was a fairy tale. With her welcoming family and her warm heart, Indigo wasn't just a good choice for a fake wife, but for a real one. I stilled that thought. I wasn't ready. I'd thought she was very different from other women, but not fucking perfect. The doorbell rang as I said, "Let me cover your startup costs, at least." She walked away from her plate without touching a slice. I took one and let the crisp, clean, tart flavor burst in my mouth as she said, "That wasn't the deal." She opened the door to a food delivery person, took the takeout from him, and nodded. I hadn't even heard her order, so she must have used an app. As the door closed, I walked over and took the brown bags from her and said, "I understand." "Then don't interfere." She tugged the bags from my grasp and placed them on the counter herself. I'd calculated everything. I believed that, but I didn't have to charge her if she used whatever I already owned. But she wasn't going to make this easy. I'd have to uncover new ways to help her rather than writing out a check. Honestly, the check writing was my father's method, so it might be fun to treat Indigo differently. I tapped the marble counter. Fine, but I still want you to represent me professionally, and I want to throw in handling the Tulsa Sooners PR. She opened the bags as she asked, "Seriously?" Good. If she'd not just take my money, she could earn it. Baseball had a connection to her family, and professional players often had sponsors and did advertising. She'd fit in perfectly there. I straightened my spine and said, "Yes, but it can't be announced for a month. I'd be happy if you'd run the team's PR and handle sponsors and things like that." Color returned to her face as she took out Chinese food in white boxes and arranged them on the counter. She said, "Ajax will be thrilled. He hoped that once he learned more about the job, he'd be able to branch out into sports. Glad your team will be on board." Tonight's dinner reminded me of a life before prep schools and parties to mingle at. I opened the rice container and said, "And I'll go through Sun and Moon Trust to see what other businesses there are, which ones I'll liquidate and which ones will be kept intact who might need PR. We'll talk about them after analysis, but there may be more clients I'll toss your way. Can you handle it?" She took out microwavable dishes and dropped the chicken smeared in sauce on one as she said, "Absolutely. And if you get frozen assets as planned, I'm sure there are other businesses." Wow, I sound predatory, when actually I'm okay finding my own leads. "I want you to succeed." "I will." Her face lowered again. "Why are you so sweet? Why are you so nice to me?" Indigo's hard layer was cracking, and I didn't want to hurt her. Part of me wished she was truly my wife. It was like I saw the real Indigo now, and I didn't measure up. I caressed her cheek and said, "Guess I always had the ability, and you're bringing it out in me. You do know you can run your businesses, instead of ripping them apart or selling them as a whole?" She handed me a plate and I poured the fried rice on it. She did the same with the box of lo mein. Honestly, I'd not had food that wasn't served on china and crystal in years, before today. But I kept that to myself. I said, then I'd be bogged down with responsibilities and not focused on my real goal. "Right, your father." She grabbed a bottle of wine from her refrigerator and put it on the table with one of our plates. I grabbed the others as she said, "Let's say you make this deal you're aiming for at the golf course party, and you win your father's company from him. Frozen assets in a snap. No more games. What happens next?" She placed plates in front of us and set the silverware as I said. "First, charge its customers a lower interest rate, so the bank is no longer running predatory payday loans to the most vulnerable people out there." Her at-home manners were somehow calming. The last woman I was alone with had dropped her red dress on the floor and made no attempt at eating or talking. Unlike that encounter, Indigo acted like I was a human being. She stared at me with those wide, innocent eyes that now had shades of green flashing in those blue, changing mirrors of hers. That's also noble. To the world, I was the billionaire who ripped everything apart. The person no one wanted on their board unless they were looking for a lucrative out option. Yet here I was, sitting in a one-bedroom condo, being domestic. I filled my plate as I said, "It was how my father started his business. So ripping that from him will be the first shot to show him that his ways are done." That was one of the ways he always found out whenever my mom started working. That's a whole new level of abuse that's not just physical. Mary's lip and I are fine now, but your mom and you suffered for years. She finished putting food on her plate and added a Chinese fortune cookie beside mine as she said, "But in your revenge plan, you still help people." "That's not the goal," I said. We concentrated on our food for a while, then I added, "And I can't stop his entire industry. All I can do is topple the king." "And his money?" "He doesn't care about the money as much as the power he has. When I was younger, I used to fantasize about him living on the streets and in shelters, like he'd done to us. But now I'll be satisfied if his power deals no longer matter, and no one takes him seriously, Putting him out to pasture will destroy him. For a few minutes, no one said anything. I'd not had salty but satisfying food like this in ages. Sometimes, on longer trips, I brought my personal chef along to ensure I had a healthy, filling diet to keep up with my workout routines. This trip was a fun exception. I finished my dinner as Indigo asked me, "So you hurt your father, helped some people, and how does that move make you money?" If her point was to show me I wasn't being totally horrible, then fine. This wasn't about making money. It was about stopping my father. I said, "In this case, I don't need it." She scooted closer and I poured the wine as she said, like she understood me, "I see." I handed her the glass and stared at her. Today, she beamed sunshine from her skin in a glow of innocence. If she was too much of a saint, I'd better keep my distance. I traced her arm and said, "There has been too much talking about me, Indigo." She put her glass down and said, "I find you interesting." Her kisses had intoxicated me earlier, before I knew how selfless she was. This time, I didn't take advantage. I said, "Well, I need to know more about you." She curled her legs under her seat as she finished her sip of wine and then asked, "Like what?" "You met my family. This is my place. Let me see. I got good grades in school." What made her laugh or set her off? What did she do for fun that no one knew? Those were important. I said, "I knew that from your background check." She shook her head and then had another sip. "Of course." Her face blushed as I said, "I needed to know if you were really as perfect as I thought." She twisted her glass in her hand and stared into the white Pinot Grigio as she said, "I'm not perfect, Jacob." She was the closest thing to an angel I'd met. "Don't start lying now." She let out a scoff and met my gaze. I'm not, though. I take my aggression out when I drive my car and scream at the top of my lungs when I'm mad. I scooted closer and ignored the thrill that raced in my veins. Now I'm curious to see what that looks like. She blinked and tilted her head as she asked, What looks like?" I was getting hard from her glances. If I touched her, I'd want her. "You, angry," I said. She pressed her hand to her heart and said, "I have feelings, ups and downs and all that." Naturally, I cupped her elbow and wanted to go further up as I asked, "So why were you so against love when you grew up surrounded by it?" She licked her lips and stared at mine as she said, Commitment can make me weak, and I need to be strong. I'm helping so many more when I'm strong." My skin was electrified and I scooted closer. "Were your parents stronger apart than together?" She froze like she'd been caught. Then she glanced down and said, "No, but they were an exception." Every woman I'd met who wanted cold, hard cash had some horrific background and saw money as a means of stability. Leave it to me to find a true lady who is out to save the world. I said, "I really don't understand you. I've never met someone from a good family who didn't want to recreate the feeling of being loved." She moved and took my hand in hers as she said, "When I was buying my dress for the 8th grade dance, I wanted to go to the mall. My mom never handled crowds well, and she took off in the middle of our shopping trip. Georgie kept us girls together after my mom wandered away. We waited for my dad to come and get us, buy the dress, and find our mom. My mother had kept me close at all times. She'd come to my high school football and baseball games and never missed one. I asked Indigo, "Did it take hours?" She whispered like she was sharing some deep secret. "He found us pretty fast and then found Mom. We drove home like nothing had happened. But I saw how my mom became overwhelmed and couldn't handle herself. I can't be like her." "You aren't." I kissed her palm. I throw myself into work, but honestly, I don't know what I'd do. I never want to disappoint anyone. And having children changes people. Your sister seemed like a good mom. I'm not her. And I'm scared of depending on any man to fix things for me because I'm incapable of handling them myself. You're smart and on top of the world. I traced her skin and saw the goosebumps that followed, so I lowered my voice. And love, with the right guy, might make you happy. She cupped my face like she was memorizing me as she said, "Doesn't matter, does it? I'm married to you with a contract that states no cheating and total fidelity." I winked, because I'm selfish. My lips went closer to her as I needed to kiss her, but she pushed back and said, "Tomorrow, when we leave Pittsburgh, maybe I'll be ready to fulfill my duties." Tonight and tomorrow, we worked on trust. I said for now, "Don't worry about that. Our time will come." And then she'd be mine. I was more patient with her than I'd been in a long time, but soon she'd be mine, fully. Chapter 9. Indigo. Never in my life had a romantic comedy that ended with the first kiss had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. Until Jacob, who left me panting for more. Our lives weren't anything like the movie. Yet here I was, sitting cross-legged, on the edge of my seat next to Jacob, and I waited for his touch. But the sexy, muscular man beside me put his hands in the popcorn bowl we shared, and our thighs only touched through our clothes. I seriously was on tenterhooks for more, for kisses like in the movie that only he could give me. I had Jacob Donovan, who with a snap of his fingers could be anywhere, eating 5-star food with one glance at his staff, sitting here beside me. Yet he'd not complained at all about the night at home I'd set up for just us. Like we were a real couple with nothing to do. Honestly, when I set this up, I assumed he'd take control and change everything immediately. But he hadn't. And watching him eat Chinese takeout and then relax next to me on the couch had covered my skin with serious goosebumps of anticipation. Finally, the credits rolled, and I found the remote control, turned off the TV, and said, "I hope dinner and the movie wasn't too low class for you." I massaged the back of my neck and tilted my head. I wanted to see how you reacted. He stretched his arms and asked, "To what?" I didn't uncurl myself beside him. I loved the whiff of his subtle cologne that made my body tremble for him. "To something simple and unplanned on your part," I said. He patted my foot and said, "Honestly, dinner and a movie has never been a date night for me. I can't imagine your world. You don't want to. Most of the people in it are like light bulbs." "What do you mean?" "Bright and shiny when turned on and in the moment, but afterwards they're easily forgotten. An accessory. And they don't matter." Part of me couldn't imagine his world. Sure, I'd met people like him in offices where I'd made pitches, but I was never invited for even a coffee after. I presented myself as all business to get ahead with my goals. Now I didn't need to, and I wasn't sure what would happen next. I ignored the pulsing in my veins and asked, "Good. So this is a date for you?" He kissed my neck and his skin on mine made me giggle. And I never giggled. He stopped and held me as he said, "Hell yes. I want you, but I need you to be comfortable with me. You were next to me, so I assumed it was all right." If he continued to make my body feel like this, it would rupture in desire. Then I'd never have to let him find out that I wasn't that, well, good in bed. Sex was never fun. I ignored that thought that buzzed in my brain and just asked, "What's your normal method of dating then?" His lips thinned as he said, "I don't date." I'd done my research on Mr. Ruthless. I placed my hand on my hip and met his gaze. "You were seen last year with a foreign princess." He shrugged, didn't let me go, and said, "Yes, we fucked and went our separate ways." I traced the collar of my shirt and tried to imagine I was somehow good enough in bed to keep him happy there. I asked, "Oh, so you just take people to bed and move on?" He kissed my cheek, like he'd appease me. "That was the past, though. Now you're my wife and I honor contracts." But he wasn't in love with me. Butterflies grew in my stomach. That was true for both of us, though it was easy to forget he wasn't here forever. I tugged my ear and ignored the buzz in my veins. My first boyfriend ended up being gay. He traced my side and cupped my ass as he asked, "And the next?" My heart beat faster. He seemed to know what he was doing. I said, "In college, John broke it off with me when I had to cancel a date to study. He walked out of the room like I'd offended him and literally never spoke to me again." "Dramatic," he scoffed. He played with the waistband of my skirt as he asked, "And after?" I met his brown-eyed gaze. No one had been as tall, muscular, or good-looking at my side. And none of them had me on the edge of my seat, sending signals of carnal hunger that zipped through my body. I said, "And my last boyfriend, Ford, was charming and funny, and took my money until I cut him off. I need my money to go to worthier goals." He kissed my neck and I sighed, letting him. My skin was already burning for him. The slight ruff of his end-of-day stubble was like a sexy version of my loofah brush. It made my hairs all stand up, wanting more. I said, "Well, soon you and I will live together permanently." He continued to feast on my neck, like kissing my skin could continue all night. Aches that I didn't know how to respond to grew inside me as I let him go on. Struggling to stay in control, I asked, "And how do you spend your days?" He stopped and let out a small, satisfied smile, like I tasted like ice cream on a hot day to him. Then he said, "First, I exercise and finish with a run on the beach." I wished I was more confident here and believed in myself right now. I combed my hands through his hair and said, "I've never exercised on the beach. I normally see it only on vacation." He tugged my shirt out of my skirt as he said, "You can join me." This was it. My body heated. I wasn't ashamed of my body or anything, but the steam in my skin was making me dizzy, so I stopped him but held on to his rock-hard abs. Then, like our conversation was over a dinner table and not waking up every cell in my body, I asked, "Then you're off to work?" He traced my sides. I curled my fingers into him more, and my chest pushed into his as he said, "I work at home mostly. I make a few phone calls, dictate what I want done to Russ, and make lunch." "Interesting," I said, as I arched my neck to let him continue. He nudged my face lower, and once I did as he asked, he claimed my lips in a kiss, and I melted. I never wanted anyone else's lips ever again. His mouth awoke needs inside my soul. As the kiss ended, he seemed in control as he said, "Right. Then I'm napping, because in the evening there's usually a long party, and that's where I get most of my information. People talk too much when they drink." Tomorrow we'd go on our unofficial honeymoon, where I was the tag-along to his master plan. I had such a hard time imagining Jacob was as ruthless as I'd read he was. But his plan fit exactly with what was on those pages, even if my heart had these zips that told me there was more here than met the eye. I sucked on my bottom lip for a second and let it go as I asked, "And that's why we're going to Florida, for information. For a trade, to get what I want to gain control of my father's board," he said, but added some details. "When I show up to play on the course, I'll be invited to join someone's game. And while we're playing, one of the men will invite us to the party. Then, at the party, I'll make a deal where I could win in a heartbeat everything I've worked years to achieve." He came closer to kiss me again, like I was the main course. I let him. His pecs on my body sent trembles of desire through me that I liked and that I wasn't ready for, at the same time. I said, "Sounds simple. Maybe you won't need a wife for 5 years. I want you for as long as I get." Damn, that tongue of his devoured me. My adrenaline was already at a high. I wanted more, but as he ended his sweet taste of me, he hugged me and said, "I just need you to look amazing. We'll stop to get you a few outfits. Most people in Florida avoid black as it holds in more heat." I was practically laying under him now, and I wasn't sure I wanted to leave. I met his gaze and said, "Okay." His lips curled into a wicked smile that made my adrenaline rush still higher as he said, "And in California, the sun-kissed at the beach look doesn't often come in black business suits." I stayed where I was, but raised my eyebrows as I said, "You went through my closet." He playfully tugged me closer, and I could feel his hard cock under his clothes as he said, "Guilty." My fingers curled into his coarse dark hair, and I ached for his kiss as I said, "I'll dress appropriately. My sister Nicole runs a blog on green living, green choices, green lifestyle, and she gets clothes donated to her. I have some things that she gave me in a bag already, so I'll just take those." His face somehow seemed calmer and more boyish when he said, "You'd be pretty in colors. Let's go to bed." Pretty had never been my thing. It was more Ridley's and Olivia's hobby. I scooted out from under him and for 1 second imagined his huge naked body as he pounded in mine. He'd be so different than Ford, my last ex. He'd been skinny, and not at all interested in how I felt. With him, I just wanted it to finish, and not think about sex. At the same time, my body tightened. If I was Jacob's, I'd get attached to him. It might be too late already, but I needed to sort out my feelings. When he stood and placed his arms around me, my heart beat wildly as I said, "You promised one more day." He didn't twitch at all as he said, "Oh, I'll keep my word, but that doesn't mean we can't play a little." I trembled, but didn't pull away. His touch was magnetic. This sounds like playing with fire. He came closer, and his nearness made my own body turn into mush. "It is, a little. But you need to learn to trust me. I'll stop when you say the word." Adrenaline coursed through me as I wondered if I could trust him. I stared at his square jaw and my lips tingled, but I said, "Just like that, from one word." He came closer and my skin was alive and aching for his lips on mine, as he said, "Absolutely no vaginal intercourse without you specifically asking." Wow. The slight rumble of his chest when he let out a laugh sent a wave of desire through me, but I said again, "You'll just stop." He whispered in my mouth and my eyes fluttered closed. "I'll keep you virginal." I'm not that. My lips watered for him, but instead he said, "My goals are simple. Tonight I show you that sex can be fucking fun." "Okay, I'll trust you." Finally, his lips met mine and I forgot my words. Once the kiss ended, he stood and waited for me to follow. My heart raced, but I walked next to him to the bedroom. As the door closed, my entire body was tense. Part of me wanted to forget my fears entirely, and the rest of me wanted to race out of the room. My eardrums beat in tune with my heart. He'd promised. I'd let whatever he planned happen. Trust was something I needed. And hopefully he'd go slow with me. My lips were already swollen, but aching for more of him. And steam was practically coming out of me already. I trembled when he walked over and brushed my arms, like he wanted to keep me calm. I fluttered on my tiptoes when he kissed me. Then he said, "You're nervous. Relax." I was always tense when I was in an unfamiliar situation. I traced his abs and rested my forehead against his shoulder to hug him and avoid his gaze. I don't know how. He took my hand and our palms pressed together, which sent a zip in my veins. I knew Jacob would be delicious to be with, but I wobbled on my feet at the idea of sex. He'd command me, utterly and completely, and I'd never, ever been out of control or in someone else's power, ever. This was why I needed this to go slow. He guided me to the bed and just sat down. Those brown eyes of his were like flames that made me weak. I ignored the urge to run away and joined him, curling myself next to him on the edge. "I'm here to make you happy," he said, "but you need to trust me." A small quake erupted in my skin from his nearness. I closed my eyes and said, "I'm trying." He nudged me closer for a kiss. I could handle that, despite how my skin buzzed from his gentle touch. He wrapped himself around my waist and tugged me even closer. My heart soared and I clung to him, like I was exploring a different world, and he was my only link to normalcy. Between kisses, he said, Here." Heat rushed through me and I knew I flushed everywhere. I tightened my shoulders like I could stop this reaction, but he curled his fingers under my arms. A moment later, my self-control cracked and I laughed and laughed. The energy in the room lightened. I wiggled, squirmed, and laid back on the bed. "Stop tickling me." He ceased and moved his hands down to my waist. Then he rested his head on the pillow next to me and said, "You're laughing." I had calmed down some, but there were still goosebumps all over me. Until I was sure of myself, I sucked on my bottom lip. Once the urge to giggle had ceased, I met his gaze and said, "I don't know why I get so nervous near you." He caressed my body, and the air became warm and filled with the scent of his woodsy cologne. I ached for another kiss, but he said, "Because no man has taken his time with showing you a good time." My collar choked me. I wished I was ready for this. For now, I reached up and undid the top button, and my body grew ready for him. I said like I was confessing, "Well, I'm usually super busy working." He reached out and unbuttoned the second one. Then he cupped my face and said, "Then you need this." Oh, yes. I pressed my lips to his, and he traced my entire body with his fingers and made me see stars. No man had ever made my toes curl before, and it was lucky I was lying down. I melted into him and held him like I needed him to be my guide. My own heart rate increased, and I gasped between kisses. Oh, wow. His lips curved up, and then he continued his manipulations with my body, helping me peel out of my shirt. My heart was pounding, and I was putty in his hands. Next, his fingers found the small zipper for my skirt and played with it. My clothes were almost itching now, and I wriggled to help him take it off. He took his time, caressing me, but as the kiss ended, he said, "Now let's get this off you." Finally, as he slipped the skirt off, I knew he could see that my face and neck and back were flushed with desire. The heat only intensified, but I nodded and said, "Okay." He tossed the offending skirt to the floor, and he glanced at my black cotton panties. I shook, but he left them on and began to stroke me again. Then he said, "Now let's try this." He touched, cuddled, and covered me with kisses, creating sweet spasms as he grazed and tasted every piece of exposed skin. He had become the entire world right now. He continued touching, cuddling, kissing, and grazing my entire body. And my own body swelled like I'd please him too. I held his shoulder like it was my lifeline as I said, "Oh, Jacob." His lips curled in a devilish smile that made me melt even more. He said, "Oh, we're just getting started." For the first time in my life, I was hungry and needy, and I knew only Jacob had the answers. I trusted him utterly right now. I couldn't see anything beyond him and this night. Chapter 10. Jacob Indigo's brown hair billowed over her light blue pillows. She seemed younger, like all her stress didn't exist. As long as she was my wife, I'd ensure nothing heavy got to her. Not like my mom, who'd cried when she thought I couldn't hear her. Now I'd taken a shower and she'd not moved. I'd kept my word and only showed her pleasure without doing anything for myself, but it damn near killed me. Luckily, I never slept much anyhow. After relieving myself in the bathroom, I'd gone back to the living room and worked quietly. My father had called a board meeting overnight. The minutes of the meeting were forwarded to me. One of the items was about selling more stock to grow the shareholders. My people had vetoed him, but he likely understood I was gunning for him. My hair stood on its ends and I froze. If he outmaneuvered me, he'd set my plan back. I swallowed and watched the sunrise. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I texted Russ to get the plane ready. And finally, I heard moaning in the bedroom. I popped my head in and saw her eyelids flutter open. I stood over the bed and said, "Good morning." She curled her arms up above her head and beamed at me like she was an angel as she said, "Morning." I offered my hand to help her to get up, and she tossed the sheets aside, revealing her still intact black underwear. I kissed her face and felt a rush of heat in my veins and then said, "I ordered the plane to stand by." She sighed like she wanted to say something, but a ring vibrated in the air. She said, I took her phone off the charger and handed it to her. "It's okay to answer." She glanced at the caller ID and said, "It's Ridley, my sister." I backed up to head to the living room and said, "I'll give you a minute." She reached out and took my hands, sending a sweet zap through me. Somehow my life was better these days, and her touch only made my heart beat in a better way. She quickly said, "Don't, stay with me." I nodded. She answered the call and put it on speakerphone as she said, "Ridley, what's going on?" "Chloe and Bernie died in a car crash last night." "That's awful," she said, and her face went white. Were they discussing family? Did Indigo need to stay? How did this affect my plan? And how could I help? These questions flew out of my head fast. "I'm in shock," her sister blurted out. "They have no family, and I'm worried about their daughter, Chelsea. She'll have no one." So they weren't family. I swallowed. I'd still help if I could. I remember being sent to live with my biological father like it was yesterday. The social workers practically dragged me into that house. I took my phone out of my pocket and went through my digital cards for names, as Indigo asked quickly, "What do you want to do?" "Find out what it takes to bring her here. Chloe made me promise to take my godmother role seriously if something happened. Now I'm a wreck and have no idea what to do." Done. I airdropped her the business card and texted my lawyer to fill him in. Then I said, not caring if Ridley heard me, "Have your sister call Frank with all the info. He can help her." Indigo received the file and with a click forwarded the number and email to Ridley. She said, "Jacob said to call Frank, his lawyer, and give him all the information you have. He'll help you." A moment later, we heard a beep over the line like she'd received the contact, and her sister said, "I got the text. Thanks. A child should be with people who will care." Indigo let out a soft sigh and said, "No problem. Look, we have to go to Florida today." Indigo's face was red, and I wondered if she'd want to join Ridley. I'd figure out my own path next. My mother would have rushed to her friend's side. For now, I hugged her, and Ridley said, "Have a fun honeymoon." She turned her phone off like she was done, but I raised my eyebrow as I asked, "Do you want to go be with her? You and your family are close." "No, Ridley will handle it." She and Chloe were close, like Jasmine and I are. Chloe was like family for a while. If I could have done anything to prevent the car accident, I would have, but... She took a breath and headed into her closet. When she came out, she was holding light blue Bermuda shorts and a clean white t-shirt that said Vera Wang on the front. She said, "But our relationship is business, and I made a promise to you. Thanks for giving her Frank's card, though. Right. She wasn't in love with me, and I wasn't with her." I caught her arm as she hung her stuff on the bathroom hook and said, "I'm sorry about Ridley's friends." She turned and wrapped her arms around my neck. Georgie was the one she probably spent hours crying with before calling me to find out what to do. And you don't have a time machine to stop tragedy. None of us do, but we do have a job to do. Her face flushed red, and I reached out to caress her cheek as I said, "That means you don't get to cry." She trembled in my arms. I never cry. Not even at my parents' funerals. I tried, but I couldn't. The last time I'd cried was when my mom died. Indigo's goodness shone in her quiet strength. I let her go and leaned against the door and wondered why she grew so quiet. "It must have hit you later." She let out a soft sigh like I didn't understand her and shook her head. "No, I was told it would hit me hard later. I booked myself into therapy and the therapist said I was a hard case. But no, I've been numb for years." Or she had just bottled everything up. I know I did. I took every pretend moment of family bliss my father staged, each one like a dagger he pierced into my soul, and used it to make me stronger. I pressed my lips together and refused to give him another thought as I asked, "Did you find another one?" "Another what?" "Therapist." She wrinkled her nose and 3 cute little lines appeared on the sides. "No, therapy took my time away from other matters. When my mom died, I was torn up." She caressed my cheek like she cared as she said, "You were a teenager. I was an adult and it's my job to help my family. I can help better with a cool head." Unexpectedly, my body hardened to take her. No woman had ever had me this tied up inside. I traced her arm and goosebumps followed as I said, "I didn't have anyone like you. Sweet like cream on the inside, but pretending to be hard on the outside." Her face grew brighter and her eyes somehow had a light in them as she shook her head. "I'm not a piece of candy." "I beg to differ," I said, and kissed her. "Candy and you are my weaknesses." She stayed in my arms and hugged me tight. "You have no weakness." She had no idea. Her hug made me hope she trusted me now. I let her go and she let out a soft, satisfied sigh. She turned on the shower. For a second, I thought of joining her. The thought of her naked body, wet, in front of me was tempting, but I'd promised to wait till tonight. I tore myself out of the bathroom and headed to the kitchen. Her refrigerator was bare, and she had no coffee in any cabinet. I texted Russ again to ensure breakfast was on the plane. As she came out, with her hair still adorably wet, she kissed my cheek. I pointed to the door and we both slipped our shoes on. She ducked back into her room and pulled out her promised suitcase. I took it from her and we headed out. As we started down the hall, she asked, "So, do you want me to golf with you? My game really isn't that good." She pressed the button for the elevator, and as we entered, I said, "No, but if you make friends with the people in the club, I'll go shepherd our invitations to the party." The elevator worked fast in the morning, and our limo waited for us in front of the building. We climbed in and found that, thankfully, Russ had sent some coffee and bagels. I was starving, though I offered her one first. "I'm not quite sure how to be an arm piece," she said, taking a bagel. We both sipped coffee and ate our food. My mind raced to understand her. As we made it to the highway, I finished my bagel and asked, "What?" She picked up her cup and then said, "A woman who only stands on the sidelines for her man. I've never done anything like that in my life." I scooted closer, and her nearness still sent a spark through me. I'd need relief if I fired her up again, so I just took her hand and said, "You're in PR." Her eyebrow shot up. "And?" Her knee pressed into my thigh as I said, "We're just creating the opportunity for contacts. And remember, I'm paying you to be my wife." She saluted me, sipped her coffee, and said, "I'll do my best, boss." I paused. I'd not order her to do anything, but I let her hand go as I said, "Then we're perfect." The limo pulled into the private hangar as she asked, "How?" Her staff and mine waited by the plane. Her nearness whet my appetite for more than food, and I whispered into her ear, "Because your best is better than everyone else's." Then we stepped out of the car and greeted our staff. As we boarded, I saw a breakfast spread waiting for us. Perfect. I made our plates while Indigo asked Frank about her sister. He said he'd file for Ridley to get custody immediately. She joined me in our seats and nibbled on a strawberry. She finished, and her blue eyes were almost gray as she asked, "Jacob, can you give me the pitfalls and dangers of your world?" The plane started down the runway, but I didn't understand why she was concerned. I offered her cream for her coffee, and as she stirred it, I said, "Sure. The older women are the ones who supported their husbands before they were rich. Honestly, they keep their mouths generally shut and are the worst at offering up information that might be useful. Unless, of course, it's for her benefit too." She tapped her seat and asked, "So who gives you the most important info?" I'd never had a problem solver on my team other than myself. I wasn't a charity case for her, though. I said, "I'm good at getting what I need from the overconfident bluffing of men." A soft chuckle rumbled in her throat, and she gently elbowed me as she said, "So you play poker for a living?" I sipped my coffee and studied her. My instincts had led me to marry the most interesting woman I'd met in years. She was unique. There was truly no comparison. And I was good at judging investments in a blink of an eye. I finished my coffee and kept my voice down as I said, "That makes it sound like gambling." We were high in the sky now. She finished her own coffee and seemed awake and aware as she popped a grape in her mouth. Once she finished her snack, she patted my knee like I was a child and said, "Taking advantage of corporate weakness might very well be gambling." This wasn't a hands-off partnership, even if she made me wish for more with her. I caressed her skin and saw her hairs stand up for me in welcome. I kept my voice low so only she heard as I said, "We'll in Palm Beach soon. Tonight, in the mansion, you promised to be mine." She licked her lips and said, "I'll be ready." Damn, I wished we were alone. The buzz in my vein went straight to my cock, but I waited till I calmed down and then asked, "Indigo?" She batted those pretty eyes at me and said, "Yes?" I pressed my forehead to hers as I said, "I like us together." "Me too." Good. We were almost perfect together, and she fit in my life. Nothing could go wrong. I curled my hands around her shoulders and kissed her as her lips made the rest of the world dissipate into nothingness. Chapter 11. Indigo. Jacob had arranged to have clothes sent to the plane once we landed and insisted I wear a bright yellow skirt with flowers that went mid-thigh and a matching white shirt with more flowers. I'd have never chosen it, but I quickly changed as memories of being in a golf club surfaced. My black clothes hadn't fit in there, even in Pittsburgh. As we approached the club, he kissed my cheek and headed onto the green. Now I needed to schmooze and figure out the situation in golf course clubhouse. I was here to do a job, not because I was half in love with Jacob. And I'd never admit that out loud. Ever. We'd never actually work. His words on the plane, the way he held me, was just wishful thinking that more might exist between us than the reality. Jacob had said the older women were the brick wall, the least likely to give information, but I headed to a table near a group of them and ordered myself an iced tea and a salad. The huge glass window overlooking the golf course was bright. Before my drink even arrived, two older, gray-haired women turned in their seats next to me and checked me out. I nodded and said, "Nice to be here." The one with her hair up in a bun asked, "You're Mrs. Donovan?" "Yes, I'm Indigo Steel Donovan." The other gray-haired woman, her short hair casual but a bit windblown, crossed her arms and said, "Oh, a hyphenator. So how did you and Jacob Donovan meet?" The waiter brought my order as I said, "Vegas." The bun lady, dressed in violet, tapped her friend's arm and said, "Even more interesting." Lies never flew out of my mouth easily, not unless I could make what I said true the same day. Besides, these women knew him. My stomach had butterflies. Jacob wanted a party invitation, and here was my chance to help. So I folded my hands on my lap and said, "We communicated via email before that." Again, a statement that was kind of true, except it was all business then. My tongue hadn't wanted to say work, but I probably should have. I was twisting things and my skin jingled. The lady with her hair down was wearing blue that matched her eyes, and her eyes widened as she asked, "Jacob Donovan was online dating?" No, I needed to fix this. I clenched my napkin in my hands like that might help me wrangle the situation as I said, "It was a business relationship initially, but once we met in person..." "You saw the chance to make a profit?" the blue-eyed woman said, raising her eyebrows. "He's a good man. That's why I said yes." The woman in purple, wearing an amethyst pin of a bird on her blouse, nodded. She said, "Right. And it wasn't the $250 billion in his bank accounts, or the various financial holdings that make him one of the richest men in the world." The other woman corrected her. "Sharon, it's more like $550 billion in his accounts right now." I noticed the huge diamond on her hand. I had no engagement ring, and my left hand was still bare, so I kept mine off the table and out of sight. Sharon nodded and said, "Either way, there are few men as wealthy as him, and even fewer single, attractive ones." I didn't blink at all as I said, "He's not single anymore." The woman with the diamond ring also had a matching necklace that sparkled so much it could blind someone in direct sunlight. She asked, "So tell me, what kind of prenup did you sign?" My mother had been a quiet woman who never questioned anything. She'd never been nosy like these women. But these women stood their ground like they'd be able to stomp out any interference with their lives with one swift kick of their flats. So I squared my shoulders and said, "A standard one." Even in the shade of the restaurant, Diamond Lady glittered in the light from the window, practically blinding me for a minute as she asked, "One where he gets everything and you get nothing?" I crossed my arms in front of myself and tilted my head. "No, if he cheats, I get paid." Sharon tapped my arm and said, "Interesting. You had some lawyer." I realized they had both noticed my bare ring finger, and I pushed my hands back down to stop any questions. I'd not had time to consult a lawyer, but I simply said, "No." We had an adult conversation about fidelity. Jacob is wonderful, which makes him easy to love. He doesn't let many people see his good side. Sharon patted my arm again like we were friends. "You sound like you're in love. Will you be at Nora's party this evening?" I glanced at my iced tea as I shook my head. "I don't know Nora." The sparkling beauty pressed her hand to her heart and said, "I'm right here, Nora Robinson." Now I had a name. I nodded and offered to shake hands. "Nice to meet you, Nora." She had a strong grip as she said, "You and Jacob should come to the party. Jacob's father is flying in and he's probably dying to meet you." My eyes widened and adrenaline coursed through me. I covered my lips and my entire body was tense for a moment. I saw Jacob through the window. He probably didn't know his father would be there. I put my napkin on the table and asked, "He's coming to Palm Beach?" Nora nodded and said through her pinkish lipstick, "He confirmed an hour ago." My mind raced as I saw Jacob shaking hands with the other players. I didn't want him to be blindsided with the news. Adrenaline rushed through me as I stood without touching my food. "There's Jacob now," I said, acting like an eager newlywed. Both women stared at me as I crossed the room and immediately wrapped my arms around his waist. I knew they were watching, so I kissed his lips and he held me close. In that moment, I forgot where I was. But then color flashed back in place as the moment ended and I stood on my tiptoes and whispered, so only he heard me. "Jacob, Nora Robinson invited us to her party." He waved over my shoulder to where she was sitting and patted me on the back like I'd done a good job. That's even better than her son Edmund's invitation. I swallowed and blocked his view, so he paid full attention to me when I asked, "Do you know your father will be there?" Color drained from his face and he stepped back and said, "No." Good. At least he knew the stakes for his game. I wasn't sure of all the nuances, as I said. He confirmed less than an hour ago. He wrapped his arms around me and played with my waist of my skirt. I walked with him back to my table. When he smiled at them, full of charm, and said, "Mrs. Robinson, Mrs. Archer, I'm going to steal my wife now. We'll see you both tonight." So he'd known the older women personally. They both smiled, and Nora said, "Have fun, newlyweds. You're a lucky man to have found a woman who loves you." "I am," he agreed. No one could see into my heart like that. If I fell in love for real, I'd be a disaster. I couldn't let it happen. I looped my arm in his and sprinted out of the clubhouse. His muscles were hard and tense, but he helped me get into the limo. I opened my lips, but he shook his head and pointed to the driver. So I tugged my ear and tapped my feet during the ride home. How did Jacob's father being there change things for him? How could I help? Should I even ask? My heart pounded, but we drove to his mansion in silence. Once there, we headed into the living area. His beach-white walls and yellow couches faced the ocean. I stood in the middle of the room and asked, "Are you okay?" He paced to the window and back, his hands curled into fists at his sides. "I've not seen my father in 10 years. This feels like a setup." I swallowed and widened my own stance. We might not be in love, but we were a team. I asked, "What happened the last time you and he spoke?" His brown eyes had red flashes in them as he said, "I threatened to destroy his company and stormed out." When he came closer, I patted his arm and said, "So you told the truth." He slowed down and relaxed his arms a little. He said I could try, but I'd self-destruct before I ever came close to ruining him. Now Jacob was one of the richest men in the world. My mind tried to put the clues together. His father was probably proud of his success. Heck, if my future child succeeded, I'd be proud. And I'm not maternal. I tilted my head and asked, Are you his heir?" Jacob's face was red. I felt his gaze penetrate my skin as he stared at me. Then he shook his head. "He hates me." Combined, Jacob's and his father's net worth would be astronomical. I placed my hand on my hip and said, "He's your father. He needs to pass the torch to someone." He beat his chest like that might convince me. "It's not me." I cupped my cheek. How did Jacob, who trusted his business acumen, not see this? I batted my eyes. It seemed so obvious to me. "You're successful, and you're his son." His entire body was stiff as a board as he said, "One he never wanted." I walked over and squeezed his hand. Indulge me. He lowered his shoulders slightly as I asked, what if he showed up and just gave you everything, and you didn't need to destroy anything? He stared at my lips and wet his own. Then I'd sign everything over to you. My skin jumped as my eyes widened. Don't be silly. I'm not a banker. And let's be honest here, I like making money. Right. I was just being extreme. Doesn't matter anyway. It won't happen. If I was his real wife and not a temporary one, I'd hold him tight. But I stilled. He traced my cheek like he thought I was precious. You're into keeping up your family's nonprofits, and you're the sweetest person in the world. If I was sweet, then I was weak. But I didn't tell him that. Instead, I went up on my tiptoes to be closer to him as I said, with your $25 million, I have everything I need. He lightly kissed my lips and then said, no, I want you to be doing something you enjoy. Yes, I'd been in charge of financing my family forever. I closed my eyes and my lips opened for more, but instead he stepped back. I placed my hand on his chest and he let out a sigh and said, but before I commence with my plan, I need you. Without holding back, I asked, now? Once we get home. And I wanted him to, badly. I trembled with anticipation. Maybe I shouldn't want him this bad, but I did. I swallowed as I said, Jacob, you can always walk away from your plan. You're successful already. His face lost color as he said, I don't know what life is like without working to topple my father's world. I guess not. He didn't love me. And I told myself I didn't love him either, but my insides nodded like I'd said another half-truth. Fuck. Now I was lost, but I curled my fingers around his neck. Maybe you can just find that real wife you want and start that family. His eyes narrowed when I came closer. I told you, I'm not letting you out of the contract that easily. Right. That's what he'd said. But I swallowed and let the air between us heat up as I said, I'm not looking for escape. I'm just scared. You trust me now. He stroked my cheek. You wanted me last night, and you were vocal about it. My heart twisted and coldness iced down my spine. He'd been blunt, but it was true. I bounced on my toes and said, I still do, Jacob. My heart whispered love, but I refused to listen. His lips curled upward as he came closer to me and said, let's go to bed. We have a few hours till the party. My entire body stiffened. It was time. I'd put this off for as long as I could. I forced myself to relax and took his hand. Once I'd been with him, hopefully I wouldn't change too much. Chapter 12. Jacob, I wasn't into mergers and acquisitions normally, but Indigo was a sweet exception. She lit a fuse inside me to claim her. She left me reeling, craving more. With her in my bed, I didn't care about my father. My shoulders were lighter. The bright white sheets and comforter and the air conditioning that fanned us while we lay still and stared at the empty beach outside my window were more than enough. Indigo was the perfect woman to be my wife. I needed to be inside her like I needed air. Today was it. Her lips fastened on mine and made possessing her entirely my most important goal. Probably even more than taking over Sun and Moon Trust. Howard Robinson and his wife Nora owned an electric company under its umbrella. They'd want me out of any possible control. Howard owned stocks in my father's company from years ago, and I'd intended to trade his company for those stocks now. The handshake deal on the golf course had worked to get the shares of my father's company, but Indigo's news broke me. Now I needed to touch her, tangle myself inside her. It was the only thing that might make the day sweeter. Indigo's soft spots on her body only amplified her beauty, and I was hard and stiff already as she followed me into the room, closed the door, and turned the blinds. The room was clean and simple, with beach scenes hanging on the wall, and the neatly made bed was about to be messy. I flipped the blinds open so I could see every morsel of her sexy body and ripped my golf shirt off, tossing it far away. Indigo walked to the bed like she was going to her execution, her head looking down at the ground. But she pulled her flowered golf shirt off. No, I'd not hurt her. Last night she'd enjoyed every moment, and today would be the same. I wasn't an animal, and I squeezed my balls to send the message. The last thing I'd do was hurt her. I closed the space between us and gently tugged her hips closer to mine as I nibbled on her lower lip until she kissed me. Her arms wrapped around me, and I knew she was ready. My cock sprung out in attention, but I ignored the need, pressed my head to hers, and asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes. Just be gentle with me," she said, and then pressed her lips to mine. Her kiss always sent a thrill in my veins, but this afternoon it was more. Much more. My heart rate increased at her words, and her kiss blocked out the world. I needed this. With her, I was myself, with no goals or plans. She wrapped her arms tighter around me, and I embraced her. I needed her. As she ended the kiss and walked to the bed like she was nervous, she unfastened her skirt and let it fall to the floor. No regrets. I followed her into the bed and gently caressed her ass, kissing it. She let out a small laugh as my hand rolled up her body. Her sweet, rosy scent washed over me. She glanced at me and my fingers traced her abs, and I kissed her again. She tasted better than cake. Her eyes fluttered closed, and I caressed her breasts, feeling the hard nub under her bra. I kissed her shoulder. Damn, she tasted sweet. My own muscles tensed with anticipation. She wanted this, but I went slow. Deliberately. I continued to kiss her back and neck as I unsnapped her bra. Her nipples were like bullets as I released them, and her breathing went faster. The cute blush on her face made my lips curl. This was only the beginning. She had to know that. Blood flowed to Big Jake, but I only kissed her. She let out a moan, and I brushed her back. If she said no, we'd stop. I caressed her breasts and lowered my lips to suckle them. She let out a soft sigh and let me as she laid down. Good. So far, we repeated last night, but this afternoon I needed more. Tension racked through me, but I continued to lower my kisses on her and pushed aside her cotton panties to lick and kiss her outer flower. Her moans grew louder, but I kept up my manipulations to ensure she was ready. She tasted more of her natural essence, and her blush grew. Her breasts jiggled and swelled even more, the same as my testicles. Satisfaction was almost here if she continued to be a good wife, like right now. The word hit me fast. Wife. Maybe this was why I'd waited for her. If she was my wife for real, then she deserved to be treated better than any other woman. So I used my tongue, teased and tasted her labia and clit, which retracted in a pulse as she moaned. Good. A wife was for life normally, not a short-term contract. And I never thought I'd want a real one. Until Indigo. No one else had treated me like a person, more than a means to cold hard cash. Now my heart rate sped up again, but I kissed her lips while my index finger slipped inside her. She was ready, and like she knew my thoughts, she moaned her agreement. We had no reason to hurry other than the blood rushing inside me. I returned my full attention to her, to blow, rub, and taste her honeypot that made her let out those sexy screams. Another soft moan came out of her lips, and she reached out to play with Big Jake, but I refused her. She'd rush me, and she'd have plenty of chances to play with my package, to learn the differences later. I removed my pants and underwear and threw them across the floor, preparing for the next step that had been denied, until now. Slowly, I nibbled her skin in soft spots as I peeled her underwear off. Her eyes rolled backwards as I continued to taste her and watch as that sexy flush of hers spread from her face, down her neck and back and breasts. The redness made the peaks of her tits seem more like high beams. She gasped and shrieked, and I knew it was time. She was mine, and I'd take her. My breathing hadn't been this fast in a while. I pushed Big Jake inside her, and she yelped with pleasure. I locked lips with her, but she pushed her legs higher in the air, wanting more of Big Jake. To satisfy, I increased my speed and pounded her. Her soft cries were intense, and she seemed to lose consciousness with her sexy screams. My muscles tensed, but I kissed her and continued to drill into her. She grasped me like she was lost in oblivion as I impaled her with my little CEO commander. Her legs curled to hold me tighter, and my heart rate increased. Her vagina contracted, and she gasped as she let out multiple screams. My own storm was about to erupt, but I held off until the apex of her desire. until her cries let me know she'd orgasmed. Her entire body was now red. I couldn't hold on much longer. She was ready. I let myself explode into a hurricane, and her vaginal muscles held me inside as I ejaculated. I continued to play with her clit as she cried out for a second time. I'd had her. I held her as my body returned to normal. I felt better now, like I could face the world. I had a wife, and nothing about Indigo seemed fake. She was probably fucking perfect. Chapter 13. Indigo. My entire body was still warm and reeling. Sex was amazing. I hadn't known this. I snuggled against his muscular chest, protected from the world. That sensation was also amazing. Clearly, I'd been doing this all wrong for years, but Jacob's hard body fit mine so perfectly that together we practically sang. I heard birds outside the window chirping in the early evening sky. Once I was sure my voice would be normal, I scooted up in the warm bed and met his warm ember eyes as I laid my head on the pillow. Jacob might be Mr. Ruthless to the world, but to me, he'd forever be Mr. Sweet. I kissed his cheek and said, "I can't believe I was so nervous before." His lips curled up and that smile of his blossomed on his face and made him seem younger as he laughed. "You enjoyed yourself." His laugh rushed through me like he was all I'd ever need. As his rumbles subsided, I clutched his strong shoulder and said, "Honestly, I thought orgasms like that were just the whispers of women who still giggled over men like they were the boys in high school." He winked and traced my naked body like he owned me. "Well, I'm not a boy." "Clearly not," I said. "No one would ever rule me, but Jacob? If I was to ever truly let myself fall in love, he'd be it." He sat up and slipped the sheet off me so he could see my naked body as he said, "You light up the room when you laugh." I scooted up and hugged my knees. I met his gaze and pushed my hair behind my ears. My heart was open as I said, "Jacob, I like us together." "Love" almost came out of my mouth, but I'd stopped that. Love wasn't real anyhow. He glanced at the window at the twilight sky, where the moon had just risen, as he said, "Indigo Steel, I've not felt the remotest feeling for a woman in years. You're my exception." My entire body melted, and I squeezed his hand. If he said he loved me, I wasn't sure what I'd do, but the thought hit me that I would say it back. But I'd never be like my mom, weak and dependent. I said, "You're clearly mine too. No one else, ever, had been close enough to steal my heart." The words stopped flowing, but my body trembled. We were temporary. I was his wife only for 5 years. He stood, stark naked and not caring that I saw his penis swinging as he stretched. He said, "I realized that, which was why I went slow." Coldness entered me. Yes, my parents had been in love, but my father was always the heart and mind. I saw how hard he worked to keep us together and keep my mom calm. I didn't have it in me to be like her, and honestly, that thought had been with me since I was a girl. I held the sheets as I said, "Good. Glad you showed me what an orgasm actually was." This was easier to talk about than love. How funny. He grabbed a towel from the ensuite bathroom and tossed it at me as he asked, "So you'd do it again?" I got out of bed and wrapped myself in the towel as I said, "I'll happily stay right here and avoid the party." He flipped the light on in the bathroom and brushed his teeth. I tiptoed in and joined him. As he finished, he stared at me in the mirror and said, "Part of me wants to just take you and run away from my own plans." Trauma had left my mom suffering from panic attacks, even hiding from our neighbors when they'd come to the door. Running solved nothing. It only caused more issues. I finished brushing my teeth and rinsed my brush as I said, "But we'll go to the party and you'll win against your father." He leaned on the vanity and said, "He's going to attack our marriage. I need you to be strong." "I will." I'd been too honest. I'd never told anyone anything as private and dear to me as I'd done with Jacob. I pressed my hand to his heart and wished I was capable of love. He deserved that. He deserved a wife who would love him, not me. The ice queen who ran from her emotions so I'd never fall apart. You paid me $25 million to be your wife, I said, and I'll convince everyone that our marriage is real. A ring buzzed in the silence. He pointed to the desk where my phone vibrated and said, "Speaking of, my family already likes you." I patted his naked butt. "Take a shower. We need to get ready." He laughed at me as I rushed through the room in my towel and said, "Tell your sister hi, and she can have whatever she needs." He turned the water on in the standalone glass shower, and steam quickly hid him from view. I picked up the phone and asked, "Ridley, what's going on?" "The court is giving me custody if I show up in Texas to get Chelsea." Things had worked out for my family this time because of Jacob. I said, "That's awesome." I took a leave from the hospital. Nicole is going to care for my plants and apple tree. Ridley spent hours on her feet taking care of her patients and never complained. She deserved a vacation, though this wasn't exactly a vacation. Soon she'd have someone else to take care of. My stomach had butterflies as I wondered what having a child might be like. I'd never been maternal before, but Jacob's beautiful face on a small baby was a vision that caught me off guard. My face heated, but at least my sister had no idea as I said, "Then you're all set." I wouldn't have had the ability to do this so fast without Frank and your husband. Seriously, now Chelsea won't have to spend one more day without someone who at least cares about her being there. Ability was something Jacob had in spades. Until I'd married him, I'd been so focused on the $25 million I needed that I'd not slept well at night or eaten properly. For the first time in my life, I had options. I could choose what to do without running after a seemingly impossible number. I kept my thoughts to myself and asked, "When do you head down to Texas?" "I'm at the airport now. My flight is delayed by a half an hour." So this was the last time Ridley would be living alone, like I'd been. Not that we were at all the same, but she'd understood my complaints about running at all hours. I stilled and said, "You'll be there in no time." "Seriously, Indigo, you married a keeper. Joseph didn't have to serve any time, and his record has been expunged." Keeper wasn't possible. The contract was clear. And besides, love was a delusion that women tell themselves, right? I needed to protect myself from thoughts that had us living together forever. I rubbed my temples and said, "I should go." The shower ended as I approached. I leaned against the never-closed door, and as he came out to air dry, he asked, "How is your sister?" My muscles tensed, but I was aware of the danger. For now, I needed to avoid his touch, and I sidestepped him to get in the shower he'd just vacated. I said, "She said you were a keeper, and she's thankful for your help. She has custody if she goes to Texas." I turned on the water as he said, "Good to hear." My muscles were awake in places I hadn't ever felt before, but I washed my hair and body and hoped I could get my thoughts under control. Water normally calmed my fears and made my mind relax so I could get in a few hours' rest. My breasts still had a sweet ache of his tenderness, and the shower didn't diminish the reverberations of that memory. I turned off the water and grabbed my towel. This wasn't love. It had never existed. Jacob and I had lust and maybe a few other things in common. This wasn't anything more than that. I stepped out of the shower and continued the conversation where it had left off. Jacob was now in his underwear and picking out his suit. "And Joseph was cleared of all charges, and the legal team you sent has arranged to have his record expunged," I told him. I joined him in the closet and handed him the navy blue paisley tie. He took it and kissed the back of my still wet neck. "Glad I could help." I turned toward him. No reason not to indulge ourselves now. I rested on his chest as I glanced up at him and said, "And I'm here for you." He let me go and then handed me a yellow and green slip dress that showed off my back and arms. I grabbed my black silk underwear and bra and wriggled into them in the dress. I knew he was watching me, but there was nothing I could do. I put my hands on my hips and asked, "Zip me up?" He did, and then he hugged me as he said, "I wish we didn't have to go anywhere." Agreed. Staying here in his sexy arms would stop me from thinking. But I turned toward him and buttoned his shirt. "We flew here for this party." He tucked in his shirt and then tossed the tie around his neck and began to tie it. I grabbed some shoes and we left the walk-in closet. As I put the shoes near the bedroom door, he said, "I intended to get voting stock in my father's company to add to my quiet collection." I pivoted and saw that he'd finished his tie. I helped him into his jacket and asked, "Yeah?" He reached behind him and stroked my arm as he said, "Every transaction has been secret, but I've quietly traded companies to secure enough stock to ensure he has a new board, under my control, with this last one." That was a big secret. He trusted me. My heart raced, but I needed to be fine. Life was good with him. I raised my eyebrows to not let my thoughts get to me as I asked, "Maybe he found out?" He let me go and squared his shoulders. "Maybe, but there is only one way to find out." Right. We put our shoes on, and as I strapped on the heels, I asked, "Is there anything about your father I should know? As your wife?" He opened the door to his huge house. I'd not seen much of it, including the entire second floor. I also had no idea where the kitchen was, not that was I hungry. The huge chandelier in the living room captured the moonlight that shone in from the ocean and created shadows on the wall until he flipped the light on. He said, "He's never trusted women, and if he's rude to you, don't take it personally." I quickly grabbed my pocketbook and stuffed my phone in and then returned to the living room, standing at his side. I asked, "Did he ever remarry?" We headed to the door and he held it for me. He never did. No, but the house was always full of women practically my age when I moved in, and younger by the time I finished college. My nose wrinkled. Gross. He clicked a key and a car in the garage beeped. We headed toward the sound as crickets sang in the night air. He said, "Yet with all that fucking, he never created another child." He pressed the button and the garage door opened. As we waited, I bumped into him and said, "Look, Jacob, I'm on your side. You can just never see him if you want, and we can go retire to Italy and live like royalty." He walked me to my door and had his hand possessively on my lower back as he asked, "You'd disappear with me?" He opened the door and I scooted in as I said, "You're the first man I've ever actually wanted to see again. Running away with you? Staying on the beach? With a bottle of wine? That might be heaven." He stood above my door and said, "Part of me wants the picture you paint." The same. If only I could forget the world, my fears, and just live. In another life, I'd be very happy as Mrs. Steele Donovan. More than happy if I was honest. But that was an impossible dream. I used the mirror to paint on my face to make myself glow. I'd be a perfect for now wife, as that was what I was. I just needed to remind myself this wasn't forever. Chapter 14. Jacob. The White House with dark glass windows meant that whoever was inside could see out from practically everywhere in their house, but whoever drove onto the estate couldn't see in. The lights outside belonged on a Broadway stage or a movie premiere, complete with the red carpet. Every time I'd ever come to Florida, the Art Deco architecture and the palm trees reminded me of a retirement version of Hollywood. The Robinsons kept that up in spades. I pressed my hand on Indigo's lower back as we strolled up the driveway. Other guests parked and followed behind us. As we ascended the one step to the entrance, the door was open and our hosts were standing to greet us. I shook their hands and said, "Howard and Nora, thank you for inviting us." Indigo and Nora hugged, and then Nora said to us, "Please go on outside and get a drink." I lifted my eyes at her husband while Indigo said, "This mansion is beautiful." More guests would come in a moment, and I wanted business done. If my father was here, it could be too late. I asked, "Howard." He pointed to a side room, and I kissed Indigo's cheek and said, "Right, Indigo. Go get a drink and I'll meet you in a minute. Howard and I have to finish a deal." The host and I went inside for a quick contract to be signed and for his shares to be transferred to my name. This was the last deal I needed for my board takeover, and it happened without a syllable being spoken. Everything was in place now to topple my father's throne. We signed and he patted my back and headed back to his wife. I pushed the envelope into my inside pocket and returned to Indigo, who stood with one leg out and her arms crossed. She dropped her arms as I joined her and pressed her hand on my hip as she asked quietly, "So did he sign?" I patted my jacket over my heart, where the papers were, and reached behind her to hold her. Indigo was a force in my life I'd never expected. I wasn't sure how it had happened. I'd never expected to trust any woman, yet I'd confided my whole life story in her. I led her away from the hall as I said, "Yes, I have enough to force my father out." "Congrats." She playfully elbowed me and walked beside me as we headed out onto the sparkling pool deck, with backlights and lowlights that brightened the dark sky, like we were in some movie. This spot made her sparkle, and my body and soul craved her. Part of me wanted to believe we had a future, and this wasn't just a contract. I'd never had a real partner. She stopped and stared at the bar made of marble, where guests milled about, and said, "The poolside bar is beautiful, and look at the moon reflecting on the ocean over there." Beyond the shimmer of moonlight, the ocean was dark, but a couple of cruise liners were bright beacons in the distance. I glanced behind her and saw the one dark cloud of a man I'd avoided seeing socially for years. I tapped Indigo's side and said, "It's the perfect spot for a reckoning." He was older, gray-haired, but still had those perfectly white shark teeth and an unnatural, almost orange tan. I tensed as Indigo asked, "Is that what this is?" Protecting Indigo flashed in my mind, and I squeezed her side as I said, "That's my father." She turned with me to look at him and whispered as he approached from across the pool, "He's much skinnier than his online pictures." I tore my gaze away from the man I couldn't stand and smelled the fresh rose air of Indigo as I asked, "You hadn't researched him?" She shook her head and said, "Not really. He wasn't a potential client, but he is your father, so I only read the first few clicks." Footsteps came closer and we both turned. She held out her hand like she was at a board meeting and said, "Hello, Mr. Donovan." He shook hands, but then reached for her left hand and turned it upright. He met my gaze. "Why does your bride not have a ring, Jacob?" I stepped in front of her to keep her out of whatever he'd say. "It's on the agenda. I've not let her leave my side much to pick out what she wants." "I remember when your mother and I were like that." My stomach twisted. I was nothing like him. He pretended to be nice to Indigo as he said, "My son is not treating you right." She tapped my chest and smiled. "Jacob is amazing, actually. I'm very lucky." "Possibly." My father took a flute of champagne, sipped it, and then said, "He does suffer from middle-class beliefs about love and honor. I'd expected him to get married much sooner. His words made no sense." I refused any champagne and the waiter left as I said, "Success delayed the inevitable, it seems." "Like stealing Sun and Moon Trust to have something on Grant?" He knew. I straightened my spine. His gaze narrowed and he asked, "So Indigo is the love of your life and you're happy? Planning to spend the rest of your days together?" When I gazed at Indigo, I saw my heart inside her chest, like she got me in a way no one else ever did. My lips curled higher as I said, "I can't imagine anyone else." His teeth showed, glistening in the light, as he said, "Even if I offered her more money than you did?" She backed up and her face went white. "There is no money on the table." "So you married for love?" "Love." She trembled a little, and I knew my father didn't believe her even when she said, "Yes, of course." He stared at her like he saw weakness, like he could see into her heart and knew that I wasn't there. For a second, I wanted to toss him in the pool to block his view. But then he said, "Glad to know that my new daughter-in-law and you have all the qualifications to take over my banking empire. I'm retiring to let you run it." Retiring? Did he think he could control the empire from some angle I'd not covered? Indigo had a frozen grin pasted on her face. "My husband will do amazing at whatever you leave him. Jacob is brilliant. That's why you're both in charge. You'll be a lovely new CEO." My entire body stiffened. This was a game. For years, she'd toiled to earn cash for her family. If he'd put her name down as CEO, then he thought he could manipulate her. My father didn't even blink when he said, "Your husband has been buying out my board." I'm sure he can help you navigate the business, as you're the love of his life." My hands curled. This was his last-minute maneuver to save face, but it also threw a wrench in my plans. Indigo's face fell, and she glanced at me as she said, "I'll sure Jacob will run the company, without needing my opinion. The takeover documents will say otherwise, but it doesn't matter. You're both happy and in love." "Right," Indigo said, and pressed her lips together. My father's shoulders puffed out like he won. He patted me on the back as if we were friendly when he said, "I'll get the paperwork started. Have a good night, lovebirds." I stilled. He had already set this plan of his in motion. No wonder Howard hadn't said a word. My hands went into my pockets so no one could see my fists, and I stared at my wife. "Indigo." She swallowed and her gaze met mine. "We should head out." Good. I was thinking the same thing. If my father put everything in her name to throw a wrench in my calculated plans, then either he intended to maintain silent control, or he intended to sow chaos. In no reality would he walk away from his powerhouse willingly. My mind raced to figure out his real game. He had not only evaded my takeover plans, he had also just empowered my wife with the means of having far more money than our contract provided. Alone, later, we'd talk. Since I'd gotten to know her, I'd realized her goals were always about the love she had for her family and her causes. And my father's goal, almost certainly, was to cause dissension and expose our marriage ruse. Despite my fantasies, she didn't love me. And I shouldn't have been so damn trusting with information. Now she had the means to take far more than my heart that she didn't want. As we stepped onto the lawn, she shook her head and said, "This doesn't matter." The door was still open, and partygoers were still within earshot, mostly laughing and chatting. I tapped my phone to signal the driver to come, and I walked beside her, without touching her, as I said, "Let's talk at home, away from anyone who might hear us." "Okay." She nodded, but her coloring was still pale. "That's a good idea." We hopped into the limo and sat in the leather seats for the short ride home. Indigo sucked in her lips and alternated between staring at me for answers and glancing out the window at the waving palm trees. I had nothing to say, and I couldn't touch her. I knew better than to believe she might fall in love with me. I shouldn't have trusted her. Now she had the reins, and I was tense. I couldn't pull the trigger on my takeover now that she'd be a target. I'd lost my ability to destroy without feelings. I'd fallen in love with a woman who'd stomp on my heart to protect her family. And I could tell when she glanced at me that it wasn't because she cared. My shoulders were tight, and a knot of pain formed between them and spread down my back. We made it back to the house, and I stretched as I stepped out of the car. I stayed next to her as we walked up my own driveway in silence. As I opened the door for us, she stepped in and took off her shoes. She went to the yellow leather couch and massaged her heels and said, "Even if he did sign things over to me, our contract was for $25 million, and that's all I get out of any deal." No mention of love, but then that wasn't part of the deal. I plopped beside her and massaged my temples. "He's smart. I'm sure the paperwork is going to have some hook to trap us, or he's going to ensure there is some avenue for him to swoop in and take his bank back." She turned to face me, and her knees pressed into my thigh. She said confidently, "You'll figure out how to stomp that out. Don't let whatever he's plotting stop you from celebrating. You won." No, I didn't. I lost. I was likely in a love with a woman who only wanted the money because I'm a damn fool. And my father was finding a way to turn Indigo into a weapon against me. This wasn't on her. I'd been the fool who'd begun to hope that she'd loved me too. Even though she'd been clear that wasn't possible, that she didn't believe in love. I didn't blink as I met her gaze. "I don't have your faith. Not until I figure him out." She lowered her head and continued to press against her heels. I don't have a trusting heart like my sisters Georgie and Stephanie. They studied finance in school, but they trust that they're good in relationships without falling apart. I stood up quickly. I'd failed in ripping frozen assets apart if I didn't stop his plan to undermine my authority. Her answer had confirmed it. She'd never loved me, so I shouldn't depend on her. I swallowed and said, "You being involved could complicate my ability to control my father's empire." She stood and tried to take my hands, but I stepped back. She said, "I'll run PR for whatever you want and stick to our $25 million agreement, and in 5 years we go our separate ways." Wow. I'd ended up falling for a woman who didn't care about me at all. 5 years might be too long. It was possible that if I didn't let her go before then, I'd become so addicted to her that I'd turn into the monster my father had been. My entire body was hollow. I turned away and let my shoulders slump. "Nothing's changed for you then. You'll honor your word." Her eyes widened like I'd insulted her. Look, love is just a pretense people use, when it's all really just a bundle of lust filling the brain. There it was. At least she'd not mentioned PR or her own ambitions. Ice ran through my veins as I remembered how intoxicating she'd been. "I knew the moment I saw you that you were a mix of good girl and bad, yet you've never let me see the actual black bra you were wearing that day." Her brow wrinkled. "Huh? You want to see that?" The bra thing was my way of knowing there was more to her than met the eye. But I hadn't known I'd fall in love with her. I hadn't explained myself well. I took a deep breath and strode toward the backyard glass doors as I said, "I'm not making sense right now." She followed me and pressed against my forearm. "Look, when the paperwork gets here, you, Frank, and Russ will handle your father. I'll handle how it looks to the world if you need me to." That was the deal. Your businesses might be my clients. Right. No more feelings. This was all business. I opened the door. The heat of the day still lingered in the night air. My hair stood on its ends, but I asked her calmly, "What if I want something different from you?" One of her shoulders bumped into me like she wanted me. She said, "Tell me what it is then, and we'll talk about that." I'd not ask her to lie to me. She wasn't in love. She didn't care. I walked to the edge of my backyard and stared at the empty beach outside the gate as I said, "I can't ask, when I know you're right. I don't deserve to be in love anyhow. I'd never be enough to save her or anyone." She crossed her arms. "Want to tell me what's going on then?" I'd never had anyone in my life to open up to, but with Indigo, suddenly I was different and let my guard down. I took my shoes and socks off to walk on the sandy beach as I said, "Just analyzing the impossible while I wonder what happens next." She tilted her head and fidgeted with the hem of her dress as she said, "What happens next is that you take control, and you get to move on with the life you want." Without her in it, of course. I took my tie and jacket off and left them on the white metal patio table near me, so I was just in my shirt and pants. "What do you do in 5 years when you and I are done?" I asked. She let her dress go as she said, "I'll be busy working, I guess. I'll throw myself into those projects." The warm night air captured my attention as she asked, "And you? What do you do when I'm not here to warm your bed?" Wish I wasn't a complete asshole who wanted more when I didn't deserve it. She let her arms curl around her belly and shook her head as she said, "You're being quiet tonight, Jacob. You should be dancing on air." I'm not a dancer. Indigo had no idea of the turmoil my heart was in. I let my shoulders slump. And I don't trust winning. She stood like a soldier as she said, "Well, in time you'll have to be satisfied. I think you probably need to relax and trust in yourself." I patted her shoulder and sidestepped her to go to the beach. I've never been that easy. She followed me and said, "You deserve to have everything you ever wanted, Jacob. You're a great guy." I opened the gate and said, "A great guy who should let you go." She held the gate but didn't follow as she called out behind me, "What? You want to end our marriage now? Because you've already won? Or because you don't trust me?" I turned around. I'd never seen anyone so beautiful. The ocean breezes made her dress and hair billow in the wind, and her eyes were deep blue now as I said, "I was starting to, but I need to protect myself." She pointed back to the house and said, "I think it's time to calm down. Let's go to bed now and think about the rest when we read the paperwork and know what's going on, instead of projecting possibilities and fears. I swear I will honor the contract and not take or ask for anything else." "Maybe." I stepped away from her and onto the sand. "You go in. I need fresh air and a walk." She wiped her eye but let the gate fall shut behind her. And I headed south, like that might help me escape this. I knew better than to let my shield down, but she'd made it into my heart. And I had no defenses to stop her from stomping on my heart when our calendar ran out. Chapter 15. Indigo. This couldn't be the end of us. I showered, changed, put a mask on my face, washed it off, and drank lemon water. The moon rose higher in the sky outside the bedroom window, and Jacob was still gone. End our marriage? The bedsheets still smelled like him. I wanted to wrap myself in them and bring him back home. I missed being with Jacob, and my heart was empty without him at my side. Love was dangerous, but I thought it was good to be with him. Our contract meant my heart was safe. To distract myself, I tried to read the business reports on the shelter and some PR stuff Jasmine had set up for me. My mind couldn't focus on the numbers long enough for anything to make sense. Then my phone rang. I glanced at it and flipped it open like it was a lifeline to real life. It was my cousin. "Mary, what's going on?" I asked. She was practically singing as she said quickly, "Arthur went to prison." Her ex, the father of her son. The man that I'd happily run over with my car and not feel sorry for. No man should ever hit a woman, especially a big jerk like that. My heart rate increased as I asked, "For how long?" "I don't know. But for now, at least, I can push my baby in a carriage and not fear he might show up and hurt me." My heart dropped. My own mother had been terrified of life. She'd been paralyzed at malls and grocery stores, and her demons had long been out of her life by then. Mary had a hard road ahead of her. I needed to be strong to help her and everyone in my family. I glanced out the window at the dark beach, but saw no signs of Jacob as I said, "He wouldn't." "Well, I can breathe now." I turned away from the window. Staring into the darkness wouldn't accomplish anything. Jacob needed a walk to sort things out, and my soul shouldn't be so twisted that it seriously made my stomach ache, even if he'd hinted that he didn't want me anymore. The thought made me sick, but I sniffed the air like I was paying attention and held up my head. "Good. So why are you calling so late?" "Honestly, I thought I'd get your voicemail. Weren't you going to some party tonight?" "We were. We left early." Fair. I'd still have been at that party if not for the shock. I sat at a small desk in the bedroom where I'd left my laptop and asked, "What else is going on?" "I want the job at the shelter you mentioned before. Is that okay?" Helping others had been what brought my mom out of her shell. That was why I threw myself into solving all problems, so I didn't lose my own mind. I nodded and opened my email to write to my manager on Mary's behalf. I said, "That's good. Thank you for helping. I want to give back, like your mother. She was a smart woman. She married your father, the man my own brother looks up to." At one point in my childhood, all the Steel cousins had lived under our roof. My dad always made room for family in his house and at his table. My phone beeped. I was getting another call. I glanced at it and saw it was Jasmine. There must be something about our business that needed my attention. This was my usual life, and it was nice to be back to it. I took care of everything and made money for the rest of the Steels. Georgie was the one to go to for emotional comfort anyhow. So I said, "Well, I should go." I quickly finished the email to the shelter so Mary could start whenever she wanted, as I answered the next call. "Jasmine, what's going on? Is it true you own the Tulsa Sooners? I just got a call from management." My mind raced. Huh? Jacob had said the news about Sun and Moon Trust would come out the night of the party. I sat back in my chair and said, "No, Jacob does. We do PR for them. He got them because he took over the trust that owns them." "That makes more sense," Jasmine snapped. "I'll straighten out the emails, but Ajax will be beside himself to start handling sports teams now. Thanks." I couldn't guarantee we'd actually have the PR job. Jacob would do what he wanted with the team, so nothing was forever. Ajax would get over it if the contracts didn't work out. Then I saw the email from Frozen Assets. I read it and my hair stood on its ends. I had to reread the numbers twice. I'd never had billions of dollars attached to my name, like I had executive privileges. I shouldn't even have this email. Jacob would straighten everything out soon. I'd work hard with my $25 million and be happy. I closed my email and glanced out the window again. No one was there. I paced, but my phone rang again. My oldest sister. I answered quickly. Georgie? You own the Sooners? Was there a news broadcast? Yeah. Probably his father's doing. I hugged my waist and wished the loneliness inside my soul wasn't like butterflies in my veins. I ached just to be in that bed in front of me with Jacob again. Those few hours ago seemed so far away now. I ignored how my neck was pins and needles and said, no, Jacob owns the Sooners, not me. Well, that makes more sense. Luckily, my team knew his team and could straighten out reports about the ownership of a baseball team. I massaged my shoulder like that might solve my problems. Jasmine's sending out the press correction now. Do you know what Jacob plans to do with it? Or who he'll sell it to? That's his reputation. Selling and earning more profits. I don't know. He didn't say. I heard the door open and my pulse grew warmer. Jacob was home. I checked my hair in the mirror and asked, Georgie? Yeah? Steels protected steels, as our bonds were stronger than metal. Our dad had told my sisters and cousins the same message. It was why he took in his brother's children, my cousins. My mother loved to hear my dad say that phrase. It needed to be true now. My hair stood up as I said, no matter what, I'll ensure you and yours are taken care of. I'd do the same for you. We're sisters. I believed her. She might not be a shark like me, but she could love without losing herself. Part of me wished I was like her, emotionally strong, not just depending on my brain. I pressed my hands on the bridge of my nose and wished I'd stopped that fantasy. We all had our roles, and I wasn't the love and hearts type. I heard footsteps and told my sister, okay, good. Look, I have to go. I hung up and saw Jacob locking the glass panel door. I walked out and didn't care if he saw me in my shorts and t-shirt. He glanced at my legs, and I was thankful I had taken my time in the bathroom tonight. He said, you're still up. He hadn't been home. Did he really think I'd just go to bed? Besides, until I'd married, I'd never slept much. I ignored how my hair stood on its end as I just said, I couldn't sleep. He pointed to the bar and raised his eyebrows to ask if I'd have a drink. I nodded. You showered, he said as we walked over to the bar. It's hot out. You probably should hit the shower too. I cringed. Seriously? Why was I saying that? My stomach uncurled, and I hoped we wouldn't circle back to any conversation where we ended our marriage. But I tensed as he said, look, I should have had my thoughts clearer before I mentioned ending our marriage. The tingles in my spine spiked, but I took out the glasses for wine as I said, glad you had time to realize that you should be celebrating that you've won. He took a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc from the refrigerator and filled the glasses as he said, it's a hollow victory. My mom is still dead, and he's still rich, and I might be just like him. I sipped the white wine and wished I had better answers. Other women were all heart and caring and sweet, but I was always an icebox who solved problems logically rather than facing her emotions. I let out a small, frustrated sigh and stared into my glass. You're nothing like him. You have an amazing heart. And I loved that part of him the most. Fuck, that wasn't good. He held his glass in front of him, and his brown eyes were dark and almost impossible to read right now. My skin was alive with awareness of him when he said, it's not a chance I want to take with you. Nothing in my life had trained me for falling in love, or for what to do right now. My spine tingled when I said, we don't have to talk about this right now. Look, you married me because of a contract. I think we should rip it up now. Boom. My eyes misted. I rocked on my toes. We were good together. My heart raced as I sipped my wine and tried to calm down. When I felt calm, I asked, why? You want to just be married without a contract? That sounded so stupid, and my ears burned from my own words. He didn't love me. He turned toward the bar and put his glass down, avoiding me. I think we can activate the dissolution clause now. You have the money and I need to be free. His shoulders seemed tense. I wiped my cheeks so he wouldn't see me cry. I'm not the crying type. My own body ratcheted up the emotion as I put my glass next to his, unable to drink. I don't want to hurt you. His fists were on the black bar and he shook his head at the wall. That's impossible. This is about me and my bottom line and needing to sever anything that makes me weak. I made him weak? I wasn't sure what to do. All heat left my body, leaving me cold. My throat was tight, like I'd throw up as my stomach twisted. I pointed to the door. Okay, I'll pack my things. He turned toward me and his face was pale and tight too. If his words hurt as much to say as they did to hear, maybe we were both wrong. But he only said, "It's late. You're ready for bed. I'll fly you back in the morning." Never argue with the client. The PR rule floated in my mind, and I ignored the pins and needles feeling in my limbs as I forced myself to head to the bedroom. I stopped after walking a foot that felt more like a mile in my mind. I had one thing to say, and hopefully he'd hear me. "Jacob?" His voice cracked. "Yeah?" I ran my hands through my damp hair and wished the adrenaline rushing through me would dissipate. I met his gaze and said, "I enjoyed being your wife. None of this felt like a lie to me." He picked up his untouched glass and said, "Well, that's something, I guess." I floated back to him like he was a magnet and asked, "What?" He gulped his wine like it was water and then stared at the ceiling when he said, "You are the closest thing to a wife I'll ever have, and you being here sped up my timeline to success. I should be thanking you more." Damn, I wished he loved me. My knees were weak and I pressed my palm onto the nearby wall to hold myself together. My chest felt like it had caved in from a landslide as I asked, "Why are you ending it then?" He stared at me and I swore I saw his eyes glisten like he'd cry. Because I realized I want something in my life that's not here now. An emotional woman, which was something I'd never be. I was cold and emotionless, but I asked, "What?" He took a step toward me. "Love, I want to look at myself in the mirror and know I'm not like my father, and that I don't seek to destroy the only woman I might love." He loved me? Maybe he did. I wasn't sure. My hand shook. My heart had been hidden away and unavailable for a long time. Maybe we weren't just filled with lust, like my life theory said. I let go of the wall and walked toward him and said, "But you don't love me, so it's not a problem." We shouldn't pretend. My heart will only break, and it's better if we don't see each other anymore. My arms ached to hold him and never let go, but I couldn't lie to him or to myself anymore. I'd never be who he wanted me to be, or who he thought I was. So I ignored the ache in my body that made me long to run into his arms, and I clutched my belly instead. I took a step back, but my feet were so heavy it was like trying to shovel impossibly deep snow that was iced over. My heart pounded and I asked, "Jacob?" His eyebrow arched. "Yeah?" "I love you." The words surfaced in my brain, but I pressed my lips together and blinked. His brown-eyed stare captured me entirely, and I'd lose who I was if I followed my impulses. I shivered as I said instead, "I'm sorry if I ever did anything to hurt you." "You couldn't." He showed me his back, and I saw how tense he was as he said, "Good night, Indigo." My heart had no right to break into shards of glass as I slipped into the bedroom. We'd never agreed to love. And love between a man and a woman meant I'd turn into my mother. This hurt right now, but I'd made the right decision. I'd protected myself. Chapter 16. Jacob. I woke up hot and had a pain in the back of my throat. I hadn't been like this in a long time. This was how I felt when I was a boy and unable to save my mom from whatever bothered her. I sat up in my bed and drew my legs toward my body. The last time I'd been like this was when my mother had died. Inside, I screamed for release and slowly uncurled myself. Hopefully, I had time to stop Indigo from leaving. My mom had told me she loved me every night, but I hadn't taken that risk. I needed to correct that. If Indigo stomped on my heart, then I'd find out if I was capable of walking away. Last night, I'd been on an emotional roller coaster from seeing my father. I had always worried about turning out like him, but I'd never really believed it would happen. Yet I hadn't told the woman I loved how I felt about her. As I buttoned my pants, I heard a car engine stop outside my window. My service was here. Was she planning to leave? I threw open my door and ran to catch her, still in my bare feet. I didn't care if I stomped on recycled bamboo floor or shiny marble that was cold to the heels. Pushing Indigo away because of my father only gave him the power again. And I was done caring what he might do next. She wasn't in the living area. I knocked on the door of the bedroom she'd slept in and waited. Seconds ticked past. I heard no sounds inside. I peeked in the door, but the bed was made and the lights were off. I flipped them on. Cold ran down my spine. Her suitcase was gone. She'd already left. It wasn't a car arriving I'd heard, but one leaving. Once again, I was all alone. I threw open her bathroom and closet, but they were empty. I slumped on the bed and called out, just to be sure. Indigo? No answer except a crackle under my butt. I scooted over and grabbed the envelope I'd been sitting on. The second I saw my name, my hands trembled. I ripped it open and read the paper inside. Jacob, thank you for setting me up to start my own company. I'm going to run my own PR firm and get by on my savings to start my company. Maybe whoever you sell the Tulsa Sooners to will want to work with me. I've transferred the $25 million back to your account because when you love someone, you help and support them unconditionally. I'm sorry I ever hurt you. Love, Indigo love? My heart fluttered and I rubbed the cords in the back of my neck to get out the tension. She hadn't loved me. She hadn't said anything. And I'd never told her how I felt. For a few minutes I sat there, dazed, my fingers brushing against the bed. Then I stood and paced. Should I go and find her? My skin buzzed. I brushed my teeth in silence and cleaned myself up, but saw that less than 10 minutes had passed. The hot water of the shower hadn't helped my stiff muscles, and I wished there was a way I could go back in time. The money was hers, and she'd earned every penny. I hadn't been this wound up in years. I headed to my gym and ran through my routine 3 times. The sun was out now, but it was only 8 in the morning. I showered for a second time and shaved. Once I ran out of grooming ideas, I headed to the kitchen, but it hadn't been stocked. I wasn't sure what I'd do, but as I paced, my phone rang. My lawyer. I quickly answered and asked, Frank, what's going on? The $25 million we sent to Indigo is back in the escrow account. She hadn't lied then. I closed my eyes and backed into the kitchen cabinets, one of the knobs pressed against my ass. I held onto the cold marble counter and said, She's gone. Frank smacked his lips and I listened to his heavy breathing. I liked your wife and her team. Jasmine's not returning my calls now. Huh? I narrowed my eyes and tilted my head. I had zero clue my personal life was intertwined with his. Were you dating her? No, we were collegial always, but she laughed at my jokes. In my head, I quickly imagined that Frank's face was bright red. I'd never seen him show a woman the slightest interest in years. I straightened up and started opening the drawers, looking for some sign of coffee to drink as I said, Indigo left me a note this morning. Before she... Oh, he said. Let's talk. If it would help you, I'm all ears. Just tell me to man up and tell the woman I love how I feel, I thought. I coughed and said, You have work to do. You don't have many friends. I let out a sad sigh and rechecked the fridge as I said, I'm not here to make friends. I figure Russ and I are the closest you've got. He'll call you in 2 minutes if you say no to me. Talk? I closed the refrigerator and let my head rest on the door as I said, Fine. But if you are coming over with Russ, grab me a coffee and a bagel. On our way. Good. A business meeting was necessary anyway. The wild parrots outside my beach house screeched, but I didn't care. I headed outside to the backyard to check out the view. The waters were a clear blue and the sand was pristine and white, but looking at the beach just made my spirit sag. I was truly alone. I was probably an asshole for not running after her right away to stop her at the airport. My phone beeped to tell me that company had arrived, so I headed in and opened the door for them. Russ handed me a cup and said, "Coffee, sir." I led my team I'd spent the past 5 years with to a table, like this was just a typical day and my insides weren't revolting. Once everyone was settled and I'd had my first sip of coffee, I said, "Thanks. Let's discuss our plan. Indigo wants nothing to do with my father's last-ditch attempt to control the fate of frozen assets. Let's operate as if we have full control and force the liquidation vote." Frank took notes. Russ nodded and said, "Done. Will she sign off if we need her to?" I ignored how my heart raced, pumped with adrenaline. Once I finished my coffee, I said, "If she does, we transfer that $25 million right back. She shouldn't have given it back to me at all." Russ stopped typing and said, "Any chance she wants more from you or your father?" "I don't think so." Fair question. But Indigo wasn't like that. The only way to get to her was to help her family. I wish this was a bottomless coffee cup. I met Russ's gaze as I thought it over. Her money wasn't mine to keep anymore, and there was more than one way to hand it back. I leaned forward, and for the first time, my shoulders were easier as I said, "I want you to transfer that $25 million to her shelters as a corporate gift." He typed, but winked at me. That's the way to win the girl's heart. I lowered my head and ignored how heat in my face grew. "She left me, Russ." He closed the laptop and folded his hands in front of him. "I find that impossible to believe, sir. It was clear she loved you and you loved her. You both needed time to figure it out." I was that obvious? My heart ticked. I ignored how my bare feet tapped against the floor as I said, "I made her sign a contract. It was business. And if I chase her, I could end up like my father." Russ finished his cup and said, "How?" He never left my mom alone. After she left him, he hounded her until she died. If your wife told you to get lost, you would. Point one for him. At least I hoped so. I gazed at the white ceiling. If only. I swallowed and watched the ceiling fan turn as I said, "She left without saying a word." Frank leaned closer and asked, "Can I ask if you admitted to her how you felt about her?" My eyes widened. "What?" Frank and Russ shared a look, and then Frank said, "Look, I've worked with you a long time. I've never heard you ever say anything about your own feelings except how you wanted your father to pay. We now own his bank and his entire portfolio. He's out to pasture, but you have a life to lead." Without Indigo, I had no life. Normally, I could work out what to do when one avenue to my goal went stale. That's how I'd finally succeeded in getting my father's business. But I didn't know what to do next to win Indigo back. "I didn't tell her how I feel," I said. "I couldn't." Frank said, "Women like romance, and knowing how you feel about them?" I flinched. They knew me. My chin went down and I shook my head. I'd asked for a divorce. Russ closed his laptop and said, "You fucked that up. Go and tell her you love her. With flowers, a ring, and in some sort of big showy way, like how women want." I wouldn't have been half as successful as I was without the two of them at my side. I tapped the table and said, "Russ, Frank, you both deserves raises." Russ stood first and Frank packed his laptop as he asked, "Are we ordering the plane to Pittsburgh?" I stood up last and my mind raced. I'd never thought I'd play the fool that chased the girl. My chest swelled with hope, and I let the feeling rush into my veins. Both men stared at me and I tapped my lips. "Let me," Russ then added, "the longer you wait, the harder it gets to prove you're serious." I let out a long breath I'd been holding and said, "I want to stop and buy a ring and send flowers to her house." Russ showed his phone and said, "We can order the flowers." I held my hand in the air and said, "But I want to pick out the ring I propose with myself." "I'll make the arrangements," Russ said, and the two men headed to the door. I rushed to my room to get ready. The bright sun of the day maybe meant there was hope in the world. Anything was possible. Hopefully, Indigo loved me half as much as I loved her. Chapter 17. Indigo. My heels were sore and my shoulders were slumped and tired as I stepped into my condo. The air here still had the scent of that woodsy cologne of his. I closed my eyes and let the smell get to me as I carried my luggage back to my closet. I'd never need these clothes again. The familiar black clothes hanging there made me pause. I thought better in jeans and a t-shirt, so I picked some out, tossed them on the bed, and took a shower. Maybe if I didn't still smell Jacob on my skin, I'd stop thinking about him. The water brushing against my body only made me remember that afternoon. I'd been his, and yet I'd walked away. I let myself collapse on the floor of the shower, like that might make tears rock my body. But soon the hot water turned cold and all I did was shiver. I shouldn't have expected to feel. Inside, I was as cold and numb as my wet, shivering skin. I towel dried myself, dressed, and headed into my kitchen. I found my packaged coffee and made a pot, but as it percolated, my phone rang. My sister Nicole. She probably needed something from me for her Green Living blog. I answered and she asked, "Indigo, what's going on?" I found a mug and poured my coffee as I said, "I'm home." "Alone?" I let out a long sigh. "Yeah, I'm on my way." Without another word, she hung up the phone and I assumed she was coming over. It was probably for the best anyhow. Telling one sister normally meant everyone in the family knew within an hour. Secrets were never our thing. I found some leftover bread and made myself a breakfast of sorts. The food didn't fill me though. Nothing did. I kept remembering Jacob's words. I loved him, but I'd slipped back into the bedroom without saying a word. I cringed as a total coward. I let out another long sigh and cleaned up my plate, just as my doorbell rang. I didn't ask, and just buzzed Nicole in. However, when I opened the door, 3 of them were there. Georgie had a box of her homemade chocolate chip muffins, and Olivia had gourmet coffees she'd bought that matched Nicole's demands to only drink free trade brands. Nicole patted me on the back and took out a box of fresh strawberries as she walked into my place. I hugged my other sisters and said, "Georgie, I hadn't expected you, and Olivia too." Georgie held me tighter, like she'd take my pain from me if she could, and said, "Nicole said you sounded miserable. What happened to your husband?" I walked in with my sisters, but my eyes burned as I said, We were a business deal, not meant to be together forever." Georgie squeezed my hand and said, "That didn't seem like business in my house. And you both went out of your way to help Ridley, and we figured out he sent his lawyer for Joseph's trial." Did I have an eyelash in my eyes or something? I was misty-eyed as I said, "He did. He's the best man I've ever met." Nicole said, "That doesn't sound like business. You both seemed happy." I sniffled like I was sick and said as I stared at all of them, "We all swore we'd be nothing like our parents." Georgie pushed a muffin at me and said, "I broke that vow already." My sister was now the happiest person I'd ever known. She glowed all the time. For the first time in what felt like years, but was really less than 24 hours, my lips curled up in a smile. I said, "Georgie, you and Michael were in love before anything happened to our parents." My cheeks were wet. Georgie blushed a little and said, "That's not exactly true. We met before then, and conceived Jeremy, but we fell in love later." Georgie had bloomed into a better version of herself lately. I kept my head down and whispered, "You're in love and you'd never be like Mom." She said, "Neither will you." That eyelash must be bad as I couldn't stop the tears. I let out a small, "Ha," and I shook my head. Olivia, the youngest, dug in her pockets as she said, "No, you've been more like Dad, and living up to his belief that you were the son he never had." Crying was unusual for me. I ignored it as I said, "Probably." "Not probably," Nicole said, like she had all the answers in the world. "Look, none of us are defined by birth order or what we do for each other. We're friends and family." Olivia slapped the table as she said, "Ridley would still claim she's the Jan of our family." Ridley added fast, "I am." I said, "Don't be silly. You care about everyone and have a huge heart." Georgie's nose wrinkled as she said, "And by the way, if you want anything more to worry about, Stephanie's having problems in England." Nicole quickly rubbed Georgie's back as she said, "That sucks." I nodded and let out a cough. My hands were wet from wiping tears from my eyes. Nicole said, "I'm sure she's upset, but honestly, we never met her guy to judge. We all agreed you and Jacob fit together." Nicole shoved a tissue at me as Georgie pressed her hand to her heart. "They'd talked about me." I swallowed and asked, "What?" I squeezed the tissue in my palm but didn't move as Olivia said, "He's like our dad, in a small way." My eyes widened. Seriously? No. My skin still tingled from the memory of Jacob's touch, and that comment just made me squeeze my arms together and look away. I said, "He's nothing like Dad." Georgie took a sip of her coffee and said, "He took over like he had a say in helping our family, without even mentioning that he'd done anything." I relaxed in my chair and nodded as I said, "That doesn't mean anything." Tears fell onto the table in front of me, and Georgie said, "You're crying." "No," I said, but used the tissue in my hand to dry my face. It was soaked through. Nicole put another in front of me and said, "Here, take another tissue." I sobbed and lowered my head to the table. My sisters were all clearly wiser about being a girl than I was. I said between sobs, "I screwed everything up. It's probably too late anyhow." Olivia took my hands in hers. "You never screw up anything." They had no idea how horrible I was. I lifted my face with my hand covering my lips. I left him a letter. I left without a goodbye. Nicole's voice went from sympathetic to shocked as she asked, "Wait, what?" I'd ruined my life with Jacob. I'd been so terrified that I'd transform into some Stepford wife who never worked or did anything without talking to her husband, like my mother had been, and like I'd secretly hated about her. I sniffed as I said, "He won't forgive me for just leaving." Georgie's face was pale as she looked at me and asked, "Why did you do that?" "Because I don't ever want to be like Mom," I said. She came over and hugged me. She was always the one who took care of us, the glue that held us all together. "You can't be. You've never been abused or had to overcome what she did." True. Our mom had lived through trauma that I'd never imagine. I'd been coddled and raised to be financially secure. I took the hug, though, and said, "I need to be strong and take care of Mom's shelters." Nicole put her coffee cup down and said, "Speaking of that, a $25 million donation popped up this morning that will cover any financial calamity we might have to face." I froze. My heart began to race as I asked, "What?" My lips didn't quite close. Nicole repeated, "Mom's shelters received a $25 million donation this morning from Sun and Moon Trust. It's why I called you." I jumped to my feet, almost knocking into my sister, but she backed away in time. I paced as I hugged my waist and said, "Jacob?" Olivia laughed and said, "We guessed." More tears fell. I had never cried like this in my life. I couldn't stop it. I said, "I gave his money back to him this morning." Nicole stared with those big blue eyes of hers and blinked like I was crazy. "Huh?" I dropped my hands at my sides. They were trembling, so I clutched the wall as I said, "He'd given me $25 million that I intended to use for the shelters. I sent it back this morning." Nicole said, "The money showed up at 8 a.m. My tears were like rivers. He hadn't accepted the money I'd returned. I'm not sure why or what that meant, but I sniffled as I said, "After I left Florida." Georgie said, "He must still love you." The huge gulf inside me closed, but I pressed my fist to my chest. That was sweet of him. But then enough tears to fill the emptiness inside me poured out of my eyes and didn't stop. I had no idea how to turn off the faucet. I said, "I was so scared of turning into Mom, who never spoke her opinion about anything, that I sabotaged my life." Georgie brushed my hair off my face and asked, "Can't you at least try to fix this?" I finally stopped crying and asked, "How?" "Go see him." Nicole came over and sprayed me with one of her lotions and then used some pink egg-like sponge to clean my face. I needed to at least tell him that I loved him too. He'd had my heart long before this moment, but I'd been so scared. I let Nicole finish and then bent my head. "Yeah, I need to find him." Olivia tapped the window as she said, "I found him already." I twitched and blood rushed in my veins as I asked, "What?" My baby sister then pointed through the window and we all looked outside as she said, "He's outside your building." Adrenaline rushed through me and gave me new energy. I covered my lips. "He's here?" Georgie snapped her fingers and pointed to the door as she said, "That's our cue, girls." I grabbed her arm and held her as I asked, "Where are you going?" She unhooked herself and said, "You and your husband need to talk alone." My husband. I wasn't sure I had one anymore, but I swallowed and opened the door for them and said, "I love you." Each one hugged me like they'd give me strength, and Nicole said, "We'll always be sisters. Good luck groveling. It's not your strong suit." I laughed at her joke and said, "Thanks." I closed the door and ran to a mirror. I didn't deserve a second chance, but if this was one, I'd answer the door at least looking presentable. Then I'd tell him I loved him. Even if he didn't want me, he had the right to know. And this time, instead of running in fear, I'd stand my ground and choose love. Chapter 18. Jacob. My empty stomach had flutters and my skin tingled. This wasn't me. I was never nervous around women. I glanced up at her condo building as the cold morning air brushed against my skin, but I was paralyzed. If she let me in and accepted the ring in my pocket, I'd have everything I'd ever need. If she slammed the door in my face and told me she didn't love me, then I had my answer. I hadn't been able to concentrate on anything else but her for hours now, and my palms were sweaty as I entered the building. However, my heels skidded on the marble floor as I stared at the front desk. My flowers were sitting there. My heart raced. Had she refused them? A cold tremble raced down my spine, like she'd refuse me too. However, I signed my name and they sent me upstairs. The security guard behind the desk called after me. "Please tell her to call the front desk back so we can deliver her flowers." I stilled and took a rosy-scented breath. She hadn't ignored me. I swallowed and nodded, then I tipped them to follow me. If she let me in, they were to deliver them right away. Security took the $100 bill and we headed up to her condo. As I neared her door, my shoulders were tight. I hoped she wouldn't kick me out. But then I knocked. She opened the door wearing red lipstick and my heart felt like a cartoon heart bursting out of my body. I ignored how my hands shook and said, "Indigo?" She motioned with her head to come inside and my feet proceeded to walk a little lighter. As she closed the door, I said, "You never checked your messages." She lifted and released her shoulders like she didn't care. "It's just the front desk on the missed call list. I'd deal with whatever the building issue is later." Security knocked on the door and her eyebrows wrinkled. I needed to set the right tone for romance and hope. Not like last night when I'd been angry. She opened the door and the security guard pushed a cart with 6 bouquets of flowers into her condo. She pressed her hand to her heart and stared at me as she asked the obvious. "Are those flowers?" "Yes," I said, and then handed a second tip to the guard. Once he left, I squared my shoulders. We were alone. She smelled the red roses and closed her eyes. My skin electrified as I fixed my tie and said, "Okay." I bounced on my feet. This was the moment I'd waited for. I reached into my pocket, brushing against the ring box, as I said, "I wasn't sure what you'd consider romantic, but I wanted to try." She played with the collar of her shirt and asked, "Try what?" I wrapped my fingers around the velvet box and ignored the nervousness in my voice as I said, "Everything in my power." She brushed her fingertips against the flowers and said, "Okay. Well, these are beautiful." Those were the tip of the iceberg. I stepped forward and ignored the fast pulsing of my veins as I said, "And I came to tell you I love you. I don't want a divorce. I want to tear up the contract and I want us to live together for the rest of our lives." Her eyes welled with tears as she trembled. "You don't have to say that." I showed her the engagement and wedding rings said I'd bought for her this morning and said, "I do. I bought you a ring." She took my hand and more tears washed down her cheek, but she said, "Stop." I forced myself to step back to give her space and put my hand in my pocket. I didn't blink though, as I said, "I can't." This was it. I ignored how tight my stomach and insides were. I'd not been this nervous in years, but I said, "I've never been in love with anyone before, and I'm used to winning." She wiped her face and threw her arms around my neck as she said, "You already did. I love you." Wait, she loved me? My head had a hard time believing that. She'd left, without saying goodbye. Her holding me now sent a shockwave through me as I slowly wrapped my arm around her. I said, "You didn't yesterday." I did. She rested her head on my shoulder and her lips were close to my skin as she said, "It was on the tip of my tongue, but I was afraid." My eyebrows narrowed and I squeezed her. "Of what?" She leaned away from me but stayed in my arms as she met my gaze. That I'd turn into my mother, who never voiced an opinion other than, "Yes, whatever you say." Indigo, as the silent type, had never crossed my mind. I ran my hand up and down her spine as I said, "My mom was nothing like that." She turned and pointed me toward her white couch and held my hand as she led me over to sit. I followed her as she asked, "What was she like?" "The best person in the world." She said she loved me every day. I settled on the couch and said, "She was proud, stubborn, independent, and didn't care what anyone said about her." Her lips curled higher on the face and she said, "Sounds like I'd like her." I patted her knee and leaned in as my stomach slowly unknotted. I said, "In a few small ways, you're like her." Her integrity was her most important possession. I laughed and glanced at the white ceiling as I said, "You walked away from money." Her eyes widened and her face went white. It wasn't mine to take, and I've always fixed my own problems. Exactly what my mom might have said. Indigo was a keeper, and I scooted closer as I said, "Now you can, with more money behind you." She squeezed my thigh and said, "That still feels weird to me, but we'll talk about that later." My lips ached to kiss her now, but I said, "So you'll stay married to me?" She lifted her chin, but her eyes stayed open as she said, "Yes, but let me talk first." "Right." I wrapped my arm around her back and said, "Okay." She scooted her knees to rest on my leg as she said, "I was afraid of falling in love. I was always the moneymaker of the family. I never wanted to be distracted and I didn't believe in the fairy tales, so I never really let myself kiss that many frogs." My ears buzzed. I tapped my chin and asked, "But?" Her cheeks and face turned a little red as she said, "Yeah. But then I met you and I don't ever want to kiss anyone else. I don't want to be anywhere else but at your side." And that scared me. A zap of awareness rushed through me, but I didn't dare move a muscle. I said, "I didn't expect that, though I wouldn't mind your opinion about something." Her gaze narrowed. "What's going on?" She'd been honest, and now it was my turn. Ever since we'd met, she'd asked me about my own dreams, beyond getting even with my father. I said, "Russ and Frank both told me I've been so focused on my business plans against my father that I've not lived." She tilted her head and her eyes were softer as she asked, "Have you decided what you want to do?" In part, she inspired me. She kept her parents' good deeds alive, and it was time for me to do a little for my own mom. I'd never honored her. I lowered my voice, as this was a secret, and said, "Part of Sun and Moon Trust is a bookstore chain." Her lips pressed together like she didn't understand, and she asked, "Yeah?" Energy coursed through me, but I let it roll off as I said, "Don't get me wrong. I will sell off most of the companies and continue business as usual, but I'd like to honor my mother's favorite hobby and ensure the book chain flourishes." She traced my buttons on my shirt and asked, "Your mom read a lot?" A memory flashed. I never remembered her without a book while she waited in the car line to pick me up from school. I could see her reading as I watched some movie on our one TV in the one-bedroom apartment we shared. I nodded and said, "She had stacks of books from libraries and from shelters we'd stayed at. I want to turn those stores around in her honor." She loosened my tie and said, "I'll help with PR." Did she want me? Desire now bloomed inside me, but I didn't dare move. I said, "Thank you." She laughed and took my tie off as she said, "And maybe one day you'll figure out what you want to do that makes you happy." Right now, her bedroom came to mind as a goal, but I pressed my hand on her back and asked, "Other than being with you?" She unbuttoned my top button, and I knew at once what she wanted. She said, "Yes, but you have time." I'd fuck her until she couldn't think straight anymore. But for now, I stilled as she stood up and I asked, "Would you want another wedding where your family can come?" She motioned for me to get up, so I did as she said. No, I liked that it was just us. But an extended honeymoon without needing to meet anyone would be nice. She unbuttoned more of my shirt as I asked, "So you want a week?" Uninterrupted with me. She stopped and said, "More like a month." I laughed and she undid my last button as I asked, 2 weeks? She untucked my shirt from my belt and winked at me. Deal. Being a billionaire is hard work. I stopped her for 1 second and took both her hands in mine as I said, "Honestly, I focus on business for about 4 hours out of my day. The rest of the time I can follow you around." "I'm looking forward to our life together," she said and closed her eyes. I pressed my lips to hers and her kiss sent me off course. Her in my arms was everything I wanted, and more. I might never have enough of her. Ever. Chapter 19. Indigo. Until Jacob, I'd never been so aware of my own heartbeat. My body was flooded with warmth and I needed to be his now. We made it to the bedroom, but all I'd managed to do so far was strip him of his shirt, tie, and jacket. His woodsy smell captivated me and I needed him. I wasn't afraid anymore. I'd always be me, and now I'd show him how much I loved him. I tugged his arm toward the bed and as I sat, he went to his knees. My hands raked through his hair as he lifted my shirt and kissed my belly button. Damn, my knees were weak and my muscles were tense with achy need. I nudged him up and he sat beside me and kissed my lips. Actually, that was too plain a word. His lips captured mine and I happily let him. I needed to touch him everywhere. My muscles were losing tension as his hand wrapped around my back. He caressed me everywhere my skin showed, and I ran my fingers over his sexy abs that made my nerve endings stir. I needed more of him. With our lips locked together, I swiveled my hips so I could sit on his lap. He swallowed, and my hairs on my body rose as he lifted my shirt with one hand and cupped my ass. Seriously, I needed to have him. I held him close while I nibbled on his ear and my hands traced lower on his body. He was into it, and he lifted my shirt off me. I maneuvered myself to let him. I needed to be skin to skin more than I needed air. Once I was free of the first layer, he explored the curve of my breasts that showed above my bra, and my head rolled back as he cupped the fabric. I was hypersensitive and I kissed his lips again. I needed him, and my hands rubbed against his shoulders and neck. He tasted better than chocolate chip ice cream, which used to be my favorite flavor until I'd had Jacob. I nuzzled his neck and licked his ears. My heart rate increased. I needed more, as I explored him and reached down and unbuckled that belt and unzipped his pants. His staff was erect and desire rushed in my veins. My breaths weren't enough to fuel my body. I needed him. His hand held my head and he pressed his lips to mine, like he was in no hurry. I ached to strip him and feel his hard cock against me, but he took his time. He slipped my bra off and slowly pecked and coaxed my nipples into hard pebbles. My chest heated like the rest of me, and I didn't care if I turned slightly red. My nipples were erect and practically guiding him to know I was ready for him. Now. His nuzzling and play made my skin dizzy as I kissed him everywhere I could, and finally coaxed his lips back to mine. I needed him like he was the missing piece of my body. Blood flowed to my vaginal walls, and I knew I was ready for more. All of him. He gently moved me off his lap and laid me down, kissing me everywhere as he stripped my pants and bra off. My fingers pushed at his pants, and he quickly tossed them off so that they landed on the floor next to mine. I pressed myself to him and traced his arms as I brushed against him to urge him on. With his body close to mine, I cuddled into him and slid my hands over his body. His fingers went lower and began to play with my clitoris. I became a bundle of nerves, and I swear my flesh became more like a honeypot. I saw his cock was sprung and ready to ravage me. I needed him too. My heart pounded. His lips ravaged my mouth as he played with my jewels, and suddenly it sent shockwaves of pleasure throughout my body. I'd never been this sensitive, even yesterday afternoon when I'd been in his bed. I licked and kissed him as I needed to touch him everywhere. His face went lower and teased my sensitive breasts, and I had little spasms in my hands and feet and face as my muscles tensed and released. Finally, he withdrew his finger and replaced it with his rod as he entered me. Wow. I convulsed, cupping his ass to urge him on. My racing heart had never gone this fast before, and I didn't care. He hammered into me, almost impaling me into a pile of desire. My vaginal walls contracted on him. I kissed his neck and bucked as he drove deeper and more intense. I rubbed my palms up and down his body, and he cupped my butt as he claimed me. My feet spasmed, and my entire body was hot and achy. My head spun, and I was in a whirl, seeing stars. I whimpered as I had no ability to speak, but I held on as best I could until his own muscles contracted and he ejaculated. His face was red, probably the same as me. But I had skyrocketed to the unknown and felt a little death. I basked in the light of day and couldn't move other than to cuddle in his arms. My leg was still on him, but slowly I felt my body return to a new normal. I felt great, actually. I continued to brush my hands against his abs and muscles until I was sure I could speak. And then I said, "I love you." He kissed my cheek and said, "I love you too, Indigo. You're the only person I want. Forever." I giggled and stayed right where I was as I said, "Well, you didn't exactly use a condom there, Jacob, so I hope that means you'd be okay with children too." His lips curled higher on his cheeks as he said, "I've never wanted them with anyone else, but a little you running around the mansion might be cute. We could create a mini you." I closed my eyes and imagined myself as a mom. For the first time in my life, I could see myself driving a little girl to school or cheering a son in hockey practice. Even if there were nannies to help out when I was working, I'd want to spend hours holding my own baby and not just show up with gifts as an aunt anymore. Jacob made me want it all. "Can I ask you a favor, Indigo?" He propped himself up on his hands and stared down at me. I swallowed and nodded my head. He said, "Sign some of the papers about frozen assets. We'll rip up his bank together." Oh, right, his plans. I kissed his cheeks and said, "I'll do whatever you want with that, as long as we head to Venice right after." "Venice it is." He lowered himself to my side again and he said, "I love you." I knew my husband was good, but it was sweet to hear. I closed my eyes for a moment, but I must have fallen asleep in his arms. Chapter 20. Jacob. I finished my shower in her small condo bathroom. Soon my wife would see my mansion in Bel Air, my penthouse in Manhattan, and any number of my properties around the world. All had showers where I could stretch. For now, I dried myself off and saw my wife, with her hair wet from her shower before me, now on the phone in the living room, strutting around in her sexy black underwear. It was exactly what I thought she had on the first time I saw her. She talked as she paced. Then she turned and hung up the phone. She came over and helped me button my shirt as she said, "My sister Ridley's been talking to Frank." My eyebrow lifted, and as I asked, "Yeah?" She finished with my shirt and said, "She's having issues in Texas." Was she in a rush? I rested my hands on her hips and asked, "Should we fly in?" Her face had a slight blush on it as she said no, she can handle it herself. Until I had Indigo, I had no one to help. But now she had an entire family I'd help with, from sisters to cousins. I kissed her forehead and said, "Tell her she can ask for anything. She's now my family too." A knock interrupted us, and I glanced at the door. My stomach twisted to remind me it was empty. Indigo tugged on some yoga pants and covered those black panties of hers and went to answer the door. A minute later, she returned with a brown bag full of Chinese food. I helped with the plates and then stopped when my phone beeped. Out of habit, I read the message and blinked. She came over as I finished watching the short video on my screen. She held my wrist and asked, "What's so interesting on your phone?" I showed her the text as I said, "It seems my father is furious at his old board." She asked, "How do you know?" But she hit the button to watch the video. My father's voice was higher than I'd ever heard him as he said, "Jacob was supposed to take over running the bank, not stop its profits." My heart thumped. She patted me on the back and said, "Then you won." I put the phone down and carried the plates to the table. We both filled our own plates from the white containers, and she asked, "Do you ever plan on seeing your father again?" I'd not eaten so much salt in years, but I happily poured the chicken fried rice onto my plate like I didn't care. She stared at me, and I shrugged and said, "Not really. I'd rather be with my wife and her family of good people." She paused as we took our seats. I didn't dare touch my plate as she asked, "Are you sure? Forgiveness is always a good quality in life." "Fair." I put some sweet and sour chicken on the side and winked at her. I forgive him. That's why I can now forget he exists for the rest of my days and focus on our future. For the rest of my days, I'd be with Indigo, and we'd have a lifetime of happiness. What my father did or didn't do no longer mattered. Indigo and I had a life to lead, and I now pledged to spend the rest of my days with her, making her happy. My life was now full and complete, and that was all that mattered. Thank you so much for reading. Having your attention this lone is an honor, and I hope you find the time to leave your review for this book. Book 3 of the series is Wicked Cowboy, where you can follow Ridley as she meets her cowboy billionaire, who she must now fight for custody of her best friend's only daughter. Get Wicked Cowboy now. Or if you're into freebies and reading a dramatic series, start with Secret Crush, as the Morgans always have a special place in my heart. Last, if you sign up for my newsletter and get a free book, we can stay in touch.